雾3发布之后，我的内心是非常激动又非常期待的，因为终于能把我们经过漫长的研发过程做出来这个产品，交给用户去使用，然后也看到网上很多用户的好评，然后看到他们说雾3的性能多么好，画质多么好，我就也是更加感觉非常自豪，也非常有幸能够参与到这个项目过程中，当然也非常期待后面能够看到用雾3拍出来的更多的好的影视作品，包括好的更美的画面。参加RMNA比赛这一年，给我最大的感触就是这不简简单单的是一个比赛在这个过程中，就像我们是真正的参与到了一个产品的研发过程每一次的上场，每一次的比赛，就像是我们的产品要受到用户的检验一样。
大家好，我是嘉碧，我现在 DJI 是做算法工程师，是在飞行系统定位相关的一些算法。然后我之前很早的时候，大概在2015年也参加过第1届的 RoboMaster 的比赛。我们可能面对的开发的项目的实体也不一样，比如说 RMNA 是可能我们更关注车，然后我们进到 DJI 过后是在飞行系统做的是飞机，但是具体的落地的产品不一样，但是竞赛带给我们更多的是一种团队合作的一个氛围，一个让自己怎么去和他人沟通，怎么去把控这个进度，一个对于项目，对于做技术的一个态度，能够在比赛中，我觉得能够带给我们真实的体验。
大家好，我是 RMNA， 我现在在 DJI 是一名算法工程师，然后我现在是景鹏的 mentor。因为我之前其实是有提前了解到他是通过我们 RMNA 那个渠道招聘进来的，在上手工作的过程中，我觉得他的一个速度是一个比较快的一个过程，在培养他的过程中，就是我其实几乎不需要特别多的那个去做特别详细的一些指导。景鹏在做这些那个测试的时候，就发现那个功能上面会有一些那个比较细小的问题，他都能够把这些问题那个认真的给它挑出来，然后去做一个逐个的一个优化。DJI 的这个飞机就是起飞的架次的话，可能非常的多。就是如果你就是只满足于比如说一个60%、70%、80%一个成功率的话，那么其实就是我们的飞机的话，就是故障率的话还会变得非常的高。就所以说我们 DJI 就提倡一个那个积极进制，把一个东西给做到一个极致。但我感觉那个景鹏应该是一来就具备这样一个意识，我觉得这也是一个非常不错的一个点。
在 RoboMaster 这个环境里面锻炼的这个团队意识，就大家一起针对一个工作进行，或者说针对一个复杂的问题进行一些分工，然后把复杂的问题拆解成简单的问题。在实际的工作当中，我们无论是某个产品还是某个技术难题，它都是一个复杂的工作。然后我要负责做的事情，可能就是针对这些问题做一些分析，然后和我的小伙伴一起。和我的团队一起把它拆解成简单的问题，然后各个击破，按照一定的节奏去做产品的交付，或者技术的攻关，或者是一些质量的保障。
最近我发现，其实研究生的同学做 RM 可能更多的是把知识和实际的问题相结合。那这种把工程问题和研究成果，或者说我在学校里面学到的一些比较前沿的知识相结合解决具体问题的这种经验，其实在学校里面也比较难得。对，因为你像来大疆之后，其实我们也是把前沿的技术做成我们的产品，然后卖给我们的客户。那这个技术怎么跟工程更好的结合起来，做成一个大家喜欢的产品？那这件事情其实更多的是靠你的工程能力。那工程能力的锻炼，其实在 RM 的比赛也好，在我们的这个夏令营也好，其实都是很棒的一个机会。
同学们，我想告诉你们的是就是当你们像我一样进入公司以后，仍然可能感受到现状和自己梦想的现实有一些落差。在这样的时候呢，其实我仍然希望你们保持对梦想的热爱和对梦想的追寻，因为世界终将是你们的，美好的未来也需要你们去实现。其实在这里我有个祝福其实我想祝福大家永远保持对世界的热爱与好奇，然后永远保持对让这个世界发生更美好改变的善良的初心。
这个攻势趋势非常的迅猛，又是我们的蓝方再次拿下人头，又被蓝方击杀了。这局比赛节奏是完全由蓝方掌控着。我们恭喜蓝方浙江大学哈罗的战队获得本局比赛的胜利。好的，经过这么长时间一个对峙，我们红方率先拿下1血，红方仍然是趁着这个势头乘胜追击，再次拿下人头。我们看到红方现在是
蓝方的哨兵的血量在大幅度下降，拿下双杀，
红方成功拿下蓝方的哨兵，这个马上对着基地就开始攻击。
我们可以看见蓝方的基地在快速掉血，马上将被摧毁。
但是还有一点点，好的，让我们恭喜红方中国矿业大学酷乐战队获得本次比赛的冠军。
你好，我是来自东北联大学竞技机器人队的，我叫吴岳峰，是负责飞镖的机械部分。去年我们的目标就是通飞镖来击打强战，今年我们的目标是更多的放在了用飞镖来击打基地。当然由于我们的那个测试场地比较有限，所以我们也一般就是等到晚上比较晚的找一个没有人的地方去测试我们的飞镖。我觉得就进比赛场馆，我记得有一幅海报，他说7分钟的飞时源于7000次的尝试。我觉得这句话就很符合飞镖的那个定义，因为飞镖的话，它不像工程，不像步兵有那么稳定的一个效果。飞镖可能它就是运气成分占很大的程度，你可能这发中了，下发你就中不了，或者说你这发没中，下发就能中。所以它这个东西你很难说把它量化，但是就只有多试出最好的效果，然后把它带到赛场上。我从大一开始，今年是第3年，它已经成为我这个大学生活的一部分了吧，可能已经不可或缺了。
我叫尹浩宇，我是24战队队长，然后现任是3号步兵操作手。困难那可是太多了，感觉最大的困难还是在于规则在变动吧。这边战队一直都是自己去找问题，自己去进步，很难说就是有人去硬性要求你。我们也是说把这个人员最大利用化一下，所以后期就是我们人员这边分配上比较合理，才能说以我们这种小团队的能力做到最大程度的努力吧。
Hello and welcome back. Day 2 of the group stage here at RMNA 2024. We're starting off with CU Boulder Robotics versus Triton from UCSD. CU's had high expectations. They're hosting, which definitely comes with some pros and some cons, but hopefully they'll be able to continue getting the wins they need to get out of groups.
Exactly. So, and I hope that we can see a 3 robot competition for CU, because the previous match that we saw, they had 2 robots up for each round, different robots. So I hope all 3 robots work this time, and we can see how that 3 robot strategy they have goes.
They've been really close, though. Throughout the competition, they've had usually 2 functional bots, and it's kind of shuffled around which 2. So I think they're fully capable of having all 3 bots working. And then we'll give a couple shout-outs throughout the day, but happy Father's Day. Thank you guys so much for being here and tuning in. My dad is great and is a science teacher and got me interested in engineering and robotics, and now does engineering stuff for robotics teams all over. So
that's great. Yeah,
some shout outs.
Happy Father's Day to my father too. Hopefully he's watching this stream right now. He's a programmer, and he also got me interested in STEM and engineering, and he always supported robotics.
There we go. Well, let's take a look at the rest of the schedule. So after CU Robotics versus UCSD, we're supposed to have Ultraviolet from NYU playing against Ursa Works, which I believe is Wash U. NYU, we've said it once. I think we've said it 3 times. I haven't seen them in their pit. I've heard that they had been secretly working on their bots in their dorm or at their hotel, and I believe they have competed in their 1v1 matches. Reminder, you could check those out at RoboMaster North America on YouTube. But I haven't seen them in any 3v3 matches. So
we'll see.
Hopefully they've been able to pull 2 all-nighters without, having any permanent serotonin damage or anything from not sleeping for 72 hours, and they'll be here ready to go.
Yeah, hopefully so. I can't wait to see them.
After that, we've got Purdue, the Boiler Bots, versus, I believe, SFU Ascension. SFU Ascension, really the talk of the town this week. Everyone you talk to here at the venue is talking about how far will the SFU run go. So Purdue is definitely going to be their main competition getting out of groups. If they can get a round off of Purdue, especially if they can take the match, they will cement their run, at least getting to that double elimination bracket. If we could take a peek at the field, we will give you a quick overview of how the game works. I'm going to try to do this more today. I had some feedback earlier in the week, and I really appreciate that from you guys in chat, that some of y'all didn't really understand how the game plays. So the main objective of each team is to protect their base and destroy the other team's base. So this game, Colorado Boulder will be red, UCSD will be blue. Those bases are found in the top right-hand and lower left-hand corner of your base.
And after that, there's the two resupply zones, which are the top left, as you can see, for red, and it's on the bottom right for blue. This is where robots go to get reload ammo as well as heal up. So when they take damage within the rounds, they come back and then they can get refills.
Yep.
And yeah, heal up.
Exactly. Those robots are trying to destroy the base. The next win objective is sentry health. So if the base is not destroyed and their health is even across the board, so if CU and UCSD have the same base health, then the next determining factor will be sentry health. The sentries just got loaded onto the field. They're completely autonomous. Those robots don't have numbers on them. We'll be talking a lot about hero number 1 and standard number 3, and then the sentry, which has the small little decal, the picture on it. You can see here. These are fully autonomous bots that are trying to defend themselves, and maybe on the side of CU might actually be trying to attack the opponent as well.
Exactly. We've seen CU's sentry move around the map, which it has to do all by itself, which is a very difficult thing to do. So we hope to see that this round as well. And afterwards, even if both teams did have the same sentry health as well, the deciding factor comes down to who has done more damage to the other team.
That's right, and that used to be something that we saw happen in RMNA, just because of the new aspect, like the newness, the juvenile nature of our region. But that's not the case anymore. We haven't had any matches decided by robot health. Every team is fielding at least one really functional bot able to deal damage to sentries and to bases. Really impressed by all the teams in our whole region at this point, right? It's not even just the more established teams. We've got newer teams coming out that are able to glean and learn from the established region, get on those Discords and those open source pages and really catch up much, much faster than was possible just a couple of years ago.
Exactly. And then talking about the elephant in the room, we have that big plus in the center. So that is the central buff zone, or the central XP zone. So that's kind of like a capture the flag point there, where the team that kind of stays in that zone the longest will have a small XP boost, which can help level up their robot. So every robot starts at level 1 except for the sentry, which is autonomous, so it just is max level the entire time. And basically, as the levels progress, the robots are able to launch more projectiles, and they have more chassis power, so they're able to go faster and then use more power and even launch their projectiles faster even.
Yeah, their projectiles will be launched at a faster rate. Just like you're saying.
Yeah.
So you'll see their fire rate increase as those standards level up. Colorado Boulder getting ready for the match. You see their sentry spinning very, very quickly. It has to stay inside that red box before the round starts. Doesn't seem like that'll be a problem for them. They're achieving some really, really fast rotations, making it more difficult for UCSD to lay down the damage.
All right, so let's just get ready for a game to begin.
And round 1 of day 2 of groups in 3, 2, 1, let's go. Colorado sentry out of the gate very first. This is some super aggressive play.
Oh, and it's firing.
It's dealing damage to the enemy sentry. It's got the other sentry down to half damage, already chunking through that first win objective that we were just talking about. Colorado Boulder, this is a terrifying performance. Excellent job.
And the other standard is coming to support it from the back.
This is the viewpoint of the Sentry, actually, which is super unique. It's moved straight onto the base. The Sentry just has better objective focus than we've seen all week. Absolutely amazing. And now Colorado will move on with their hero. We've got to talk so fast because there's not going to be very many minutes left in this game.
The UC's hero goes back to just reload a little bit more, but they don't have that much money right now, so they're just waiting until they get the supply drop.
Yeah, UCSD struggled there early to get over the bump without exceeding their power limit, but 3v... I mean, just having all three of them... It appears that Colorado's Sentry has now gone a little bit haywire and is now firing at their own base.
But it's okay. It's invincible right now. So
it is temporarily, right?
Temporarily.
If UCSD can get a kill, then CU's Sentry might actually help them out.
Yeah, and now that's just CU's one shot away from victory.
You can see there on the right-hand side of your screen that projectile allowance, the hero for Colorado running out, just one projectile short. I'm not sure what caused the CU Sentry to stop launching projectiles.
I think it's... Oh, that's true. Maybe it's out, or maybe they were able to stop it somehow.
It should have 400 projectiles left. I'm not sure why it stopped. It's great that it did. If they were able to code something in to kind of help it know, that's incredible. Colorado Boulder, fantastic job. All three bots, just as you had asked for. And not only did they have three functional bots, that's the first team we've seen have three aggressive functional bots, all on the attack.
That Sentry was so amazing for CU side.
Look at the damage percentage here. 421 projectiles used and 2,500 damage dealt. That's incredible.
Does the Sentry projectiles count in the projectile launched?
Yes, the projectiles from the Sentry will count. That's how they're able to get so many projectiles out so early in the game. They don't have the gold to purchase 400 17 millimeters that quick.
Yeah, and it could also, and this damage is not probably fully indicative because the Sentry started firing at its own base towards the end there.
Yeah, which is going to make your accuracy look even worse, right? So CU, even better accuracy than portrayed here. That's scary. I don't know if the other teams are awake yet, but they best scroll back in the VOD and check that one out. Colorado Boulder is here to play.
That was, I think, one of the best plays that we've seen so far, especially with all three robots. Aggressive Sentry, like it was right out of the gate. Out of the gate, it just went in. Which
really, it's going to throw down a gauntlet that I hope some of the other teams can match. But essentially, what we have here, Nikhil, is a challenge. If your team is unable to match Sentry to Sentry, you will be at a pretty significant deficit robot-wise. You'll always be in a 3v2, right? Even if you're able to get out of the gate as fast as CU Boulder. You won't be able to get projectiles loaded before the Sentry gets there, so you'll be taking initial damage, and you will be unable to match the number of aggressive robots unless your Sentry is also fully functional.
Exactly. And the Sentry what makes the Sentry even more dangerous is because it has two barrels. It's able to fire twice as much as a regular standard can, and it doesn't need to go and reload in the beginning. So that makes it really dangerous because, as Preston said, it could go so fast. As we saw in the CU game, it was able to just instantly go onto the enemy's territory and just start chipping down their Sentry. But it'll be really interesting to see how other Sentries respond to this. Maybe they're able to move so they can try moving out of the way, or maybe they could try to fire or deal some damage back. So it's going to be cool to see how the strategy kind of changes when all three robots are in play and they're this aggressive.
Agreed. So for round two, we do expect CU to have a similar performance, right? The Sentry, once it's working, it should work until something happens. It runs into a wall hard or some sort of wiring issue. But once that software and that hardware works well together, you're going to just kind of hands off and let it run.
Exactly. I hope that wasn't like a launching or like a launching misfire thing towards the end there, because their Sentry did stop launching projectiles. So hopefully that wasn't a like a mechanical issue, and that was just something like a quick bug that will resolve itself towards the end.
Oh, our commentator Cam is doing some crazy stuff catching up over the Wi-Fi here.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we're back.
Oh, kind of.
Nice. All right. But yeah, so I would expect the most likely scenario here is that at the end of their performance, the CU Sentry had a projectile jam. Not unexpected. They're firing at such a high rate, and with the computer pulling the trigger, right, that you're not having any pulsing. I mean, it was just absolutely unleashing. It fired 300 projectiles in a row. So if it did jam, we'll allow it, right? 300 projectiles before a single 17mm jam is not too bad.
And the fire rate was also super fast.
That's right. Yeah, I also was really impressed by its objective focus. I'm not sure if they are, if that's programmed in. We'll have to watch and see if it's using the decals that are on the armor panels to identify where it should be targeting, or if it just happened to come across the Sentry first, right? Either one could be true. We'll keep an eye out on CU in these future rounds. But if they were targeting based on armor panel decals, that was great.
But what I did notice was that when we got into the Sentry POV, right, it was getting a little confused. It was looking left and right a little bit.
Sure, that could be some confusion, and we don't want to speculate too much. But also,
that's true.
It's okay. The Sentry is trying to aim at a
blue target.
At a blue target. There's another robot probably spinning behind it, right? And it even could be some built-in purposeful left-right sweeping when they start facing teams like a Texas A&M, a UW, where the target you're firing at is doing that Beyblade spinning motion. That back-and-forth sweeping is going to give you a pretty consistent little wave of projectiles. Different teams are doing different things.
That's true, though. Yeah.
I've heard there are some teams using software to try to predict the spinning RPMs of the bot where the next panel should be so that it can readjust its aim and decide when the burst should go so that you're only hitting armor panels. And that's wild.
That's crazy, actually.
Other teams are doing things like I've described where you just kind of hard code in a sweep.
Oh, okay. So I think that's what they were doing. Or like we can't really speculate.
Could have been a software attempt at panel timing.
Maybe.
Could have been a hard code in there. Could have just been the shakiness of CV. Right? Computer vision is always a shaky thing.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's happening next. The teams are putting their robots on the field right now.
They sure are. There didn't seem to be many issues on the side of Colorado, so I assume they'll be ready to go pretty quickly. UCSD had some power limiting issues getting out of their base. It's not uncommon. We've seen it across a lot of the smaller teams throughout the week. The bump, a new introduction to RMUL, but it does help prepare the teams if they'd like to move forward into like a RMUC competitions. The RMUC competition has bumps in the middle of the field that fill that central space. And so your robots need to be able to traverse that rough terrain without having these power limit issues. If you want to play throughout RMNA now, but also if your team has aspirations of competing in the 7v7 format as well.
Yeah, that's true. But what I've noticed is like Triton is getting better at going around the bumps since yesterday. Yesterday it was like towards the end of the game, but this time it was like towards the middle. So hopefully this round they're able to even come out even faster. Because they really need to if they want to protect themselves against that Sentry.
I don't know, honestly, what you do against the CU Sentry. Because if you get out of your base faster, now you have to be a little careful. In matches past, we've said it's okay to take some overpower damage as long as you get out. But now the Sentry is going to be there. You cannot outrace the Sentry because, as you noted, it starts as a highest level. It's faster than you can possibly be.
Yeah.
And so it will be at your resupply zone before you get there. So I'm nervous that if you came out with damaged health, that you'd get taken out super fast.
Exactly. You need both of the robots out there as soon as possible. So if one robot's taking damage, the other robot could try protecting it or like do some cross-firing. So just to protect the Sentry a little bit, because if that Sentry goes down on your side, that is just devastating.
All right, with 45 seconds left to go, Colorado Sentry not yet spinning, but I'm not concerned. I think because of the rate of spinning, they actually don't have it start until right before the match starts to avoid burning battery.
Yeah, battery is very important. So
you want to keep that battery level as consistent as possible round to round with the autonomous bot. So that way, yeah, there it goes, spinning up with 30 seconds left to go. That way your same code runs the same way.
Exactly.
Right? You'll have different power otherwise, and so your motion will be different and your firing will be different, and you want to remove all variables.
Yeah, let's see if they use the same strategy or like a slightly different one. But yeah, their initial strategy is very aggressive, so I can't wait to see how that goes again. And we're getting right into it. Experience and growth.
CU Boulder versus USCD. UCSD. I was like, why'd that feel weird coming out of my mouth? University of Colorado. Oh my goodness. Nikhil saved me.
CU versus UCSD, everybody.
Thank you. University of California, San Diego versus Colorado Boulder. Here we go. Round 2 in the group stage.
Oh.
The hero for UCSD getting there before the Sentry. That's great. The Sentry from Colorado, though still having great success as it starts to chew through the Sentry of UCSD.
But this time there's a little bit of protection coming from the Standard.
Blue Standard 3 taken out by the Sentry, who moves on directly to that blue hero.
Quickly, UCSD needs to get some ammo and start firing back.
Yeah, this is a case where against another team, if UCSD's Sentry was able to deal some damage, the Sentry for Colorado is focusing only on the bots in the resupply zone, leaving itself a bit exposed.
Exactly. Oh, and then they send it back.
Yep.
And we have the CU Standard approaching the blue Sentry here, just trying to get some more chip damage down. And we have the hero just kind of chilling in the back for the red side.
In the cockpit here with UCSD's Standard pilot as he starts to launch projectiles. They've actually caught up and taken the lead. University of California, San Diego doing a great job of pieces flying across the arena. That's not good. Their Sentry might be going offline depending on which parts flew off. But UCSD's hero taken out in hero versus hero combat.
Unfortunately, while that was happening, blue Sentry's health just got depleted by red Standard.
A much more competitive match, though. UCSD putting on a great showing here. They were able to get about half of the health down from the CU Sentry. That CU Sentry notably no longer firing, and once again locked onto their own base. Oh.
And once again, this CU Sentry has about 400 left, 400 rounds left, so maybe that's just like a hard stop they coded in.
Luckily, Colorado doesn't have to only lean on their Sentry. They've got another pair of great bots as their hero starts chewing through the base. 4 more, 2 more, 3 more shots to take this base down, and the hero for Colorado closes the book on the match, goes 2-0, and will get 3 points to get out of groups.
Wow. That was a little bit closer of a match, really. It's really cool that UCSD was able to get out really fast and try to defend against that Sentry early on.
Yeah, what a different game. Congratulations to both teams. UCSD really going to be proud of their improvement from round 1, round 2. Just being able to compete against a full 3-bot CU is an achievement that I don't think a lot of teams are going to take this year.
Exactly.
So UCSD joining the crowded few ranks of teams that actually challenge CU here, but not able to take a round. Doing a pretty good damage, about 2 damage per projectile, which is average. That's what we've been seeing kind of on average.
Yeah, hopefully the cam is working this time.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Wow.
Guys, thank you for being here. We just finished up CU versus Triton Robotics. We're now going to Ultraviolet from New York University versus Ursa Works from Wash U. If I could get a little bit of confirmation from someone about this NYU Wash U game, we'll let you know and make sure it's actually happening. I will be a little bit surprised just because I walk the pits quite frequently. NYU still hasn't set up in their pit, but I've heard they've been competing in 1v1, so they could just be secretly cooking off campus.
Yes, I want to see the secretly cooking, if they're here today, that'd be really sick. And Wash U, have you watched the Wash U map yet?
I have. Wash U's doing pretty good. They're a newer team. They're one of our newest and youngest teams here at RMNA. So we're seeing kind of like UCSD, where if they're able to overcome those level 1 issues of power management, getting out of the base zone, then they're able to put on a pretty decent showing, and that's kind of true across the board, right? That's our UCSDs, that's our, who else am I looking at? Maybe University of Alberta, maybe our,
University of Alberta, Triton.
Some of those.
PSU.
Even Torino in like the first couple rounds, right? They're more established, but they're still struggling with those level 1 issues.
Exactly. So I think it's just like slowly the teams are just getting better, and that's a lot of these issues that we're talking about. There are a lot of like experience issues.
Yeah.
So that can be quickly fixed, and as matches go on,
the rate of improvement has increased notably.
Exactly.
Right. So we're really impressed by that. Right. It used to be that these level 1 teams would struggle to be competitive at all in the match. And now, yes, they're still struggling with those same issues that we have in the past, but that's by design, right? These aren't supposed to be easy engineering challenges.
Exactly.
If you could go from brand new welcome to RoboMasters to a top tier team in a year, the challenge might be too easy.
Exactly.
There's a lot of really smart students working really hard, so that the challenges need to be quite tough.
True. It's like you need the skill level to be, like the skill ceiling to be pretty high, so that robots always have something to work up to, you know? Like teams always have something to work on, and then every time, what's really fun is like right after the competition, all the teams are gonna go back and be like, oh, okay, what did we see? What do we like? And then they're gonna re-engineer all of their stuff. That's like some of my favorite like parts and like my favorite conversations, because we get to take all the parts of the robots that we really like and like try to put them together.
You know what I really like, Nikhil?
What do you really like?
All this dope merch.
Oh,
Reminder that
yeah.
if you're in person, you can get one of these super cool RoboMaster Colorado shirts. You can also get RoboMaster Colorado stickers now in person at the venue outside those front doors.
Can you buy these bucket hats?
No. All of the merch that we have from RoboMasters is just getting launched into the crowd for fun and for free. If you have not thrown any merch yet?
I have.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you can't buy this merch. It gets launched out by
Unfortunate.
Nikhil into the crowd.
Yeah.
If you're here in person, come on by. Check us out. If you are remote and you have friends and family here, make sure they grab you a shirt and a sticker.
Because they're really sick. They're really comfy as well. I was wearing it all day yesterday. It was great.
Nikhil, do you have a minute to be our correspondent on the ground? Can you go check on the NYU status while I hang out here with chat?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. Ooh. There we go. All right. Oh, our volunteers sweeping the field. Heck yeah. Shout out to all of our volunteer and our staff here that help this event run. With the region growing so fast, 25, 30 teams now, it takes a lot to keep everything running smoothly. The schedule's going so well this year. If you are trying to get a look at that schedule, I'll drop a link in the chat right now. It's rmcolorado.org, and then you can check out the full schedule, the upcoming matches, and it updates live. So it will take you to a Google Sheet where you can see how the bracket progresses. If you would like to take a look at the bracket points, you can go to robomaster.live, where we are also streaming. So robomaster.live has this live stream copied there, and it has a place where you can see the active points for the group stage. Chat, thanks so much for being here and hanging out with us. A couple other quick reminders. We are running concurrent matches of 3v3 that you're watching here with me, and 1v1 matches that you'll be watching on RoboMaster North America on YouTube with Steven and Kiri. So check those out. Hang out in both of them. I don't know, get 3 monitors going and just watch both the matches at once. Go full absolute RoboMaster mode. Nikhil's going to let us know what's up with that next match. But after Ultraviolet versus Ursa Works, we'll have Boilerbot Purdue versus Ascension. Christian, can we take a look at the groups if possible? The grouping, the A, B, C, and D. Take a look at those 4 groups. Because Boilerbot versus Ascension is going to be one of those super pivotal matches in the group stage placements. Purdue is in a group with Texas A&M. Those are both the seeded teams in their group. And SFU was one of the newer teams placed into that group, where expectations maybe were coming in a little lower. As a new team, you're definitely the underdog. It's why we seed the group stage. It's why we seed the tournament, to give you a little bit of a better chance of not having like a UW, CU, VT all in one group. All right, Nikhil's back. Nikhil, give us an update. What do you know?
I think we'll be skipping the Ultraviolet game versus Washed U, and we're just going to move on to the next set of matches. But we're going to be taking a little bit of a break before that, so we can, guys, You know?
We got to stick to that schedule. We can't rush a team.
Exactly.
We got to have to allow them to compete with their matches at the time we've told them already. So we'll be taking a break here on stream. Reminder that there are 1v1 matches you can check out. RoboMaster North America on YouTube.
Exactly. And while we're waiting, you guys can go check that out, get some refreshments, because the next set of matches are going to be really fun to watch, just like this one with CU.
Yeah, it's going to be Group C. So we'll spend 20 seconds on it here before we go to our break. So Texas A&M Purdue, the seeded groups for Group C. Simon Fraser, the surprise, awesome powerhouse level 1 team. UT Austin has started really punching back.
Exactly.
And then Polytech has had a pretty decent showing. So Group C is a bit more up in the air than some of our other groups, just based on how well these newer teams are performing. So SFU versus Purdue might be the deciding match on whether SFU or Purdue is able to make it out of groups. Who do you think makes it?
I just want to say I think like Purdue has like a little bit more experience, right?
They do.
I think I want to lean on the side of experience, because that drive. Because at some point, that experience is just what takes the cake. Sure,
very true. I think SFU's had enough rounds now in this year's competition that they have the experience that they need to like get that early barrier of entry done. So they now know how to purchase projectiles. They know what the UI feels like. They're learning how to manage their power meter while playing the game, while watching their base health to make sure they're not getting backdoored. It's a lot. I know their drivers haven't had a lot of practice, but they've been performing well, and I think they could do it. I think they can take down Purdue and challenge A&M to see who actually makes it out of Group C. Yeah. Join us at 10 a.m. to watch that in person or online and see who's right, see who takes it down.
Before we leave, shout out to my parents.
Dang,
love you
double
guys.
shout out to my parents. I also love them.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Christian.
Sweet. We'll see you guys later.
能看见蓝方的1号优秀机器人造成了一个击杀，并且获得了在中心增益点获得了2个血包。中心增益点。是的。
是尽量的减少红方哨兵的血量。
是的。能看见。是的，造成了一个双杀。比赛还剩5秒钟。3、2、1，让我们恭喜
南方获得
胜利。
好，恭喜我们的蓝方又一次拿下我们的1血。
是的，
机器人也在进行一个比较远程的一个攻击啊。好，我们的红方的哨兵也已经被摧毁了。
非常迅速的被解决掉了，可以看到我们南方哨兵的一个自主反击能力。
好的，我们的英雄之剑又来到了基地。
是的。
好，瞄准，发射。
2发、
3发、
4发、5发，还有500滴，还剩最后2发。
让我们恭喜我们的华南农业大学争得我们本次高校联盟赛广东站的冠军。
对的，此刻今晚属于你们华南农业大学。
轻便的相机云台备受创作者的青睐，但便携与专业性能往往难以兼得。如今一切都将改变， 这就是 DJI RS3 Mini， 全新轻量型旅拍稳定器，启迪你的光影灵感。RS3 Mini 的机身仅重795克，重量和尺寸都仅为 RS3 Pro 的一半，可轻松实现单手操作，灵活超乎想象。全新双层快装板采用挡边设计，进一步牢牢固定相机，让你放胆去创作。它还内置蓝牙控制功能，可以通过机身快门键直接启停相机录制，精彩来袭快速捕捉。搭配符合人体工学的前置波轮，你还能直接控制镜头的光学变焦或数字变焦，从此告别线缆束缚。RS3 Mini 拥有同类产品中最强劲的负载能力，创作者们常用的相机和镜头组合，它都能轻松承载。得益于最新的 RS 第3代增稳算法，它能帮你捕获纯手持相机难以实现的稳定画面。RS3 Mini 无需额外配件，就能快速切换为原生竖拍形态，短视频创作更加便捷，还能实现与横拍模式完全相同的操控体验。1.4英寸彩色触屏、NATO 拓展接口等备受喜爱的功能，在 RS3 Mini 上也都是标配。满电状态下，续航时间长达10小时，全天拍摄不再间断，灵感一路随行，创作独当一面，好戏一手在握。带上 RS3 Mini， 一路轻装简行。
它是安装了一个激光测距的装置，然后在它的那个底盘那个位置，然后我们有个自动跳跃模式，开启这个自动跳跃模式之后，然后主动靠近台阶，它就会自动算距离，然后自动在合适的位置起跳，然后完成一整个跳跃工作全是自动完成，然后跳跃完成之后就会退出模式。
比较特殊的是在去年寒假，因为一些原因，所以我们队伍提前放假回家，然后我个人就把平衡步兵的初代版通过邮寄的方式带回家里调，在家里的近2个星期内，这个平衡步兵由一个还没有任何功能到一个完全站立和能够顺地流畅的移动，以及能够实现一些小的跳跃和一些稍微复杂的功能。
RMNA第一台全上的陆步，然后它在19年的时候就是被我们一个学长给设计出来。现在这一版是经过迭代和那个不断优化，然后才变成这样的。当时设计出来之后呢，在我们南宫消音战队第一次打进国赛，然后还打到了8强，然后非常的强大。
初心高于生活后面还有一句话叫"成长胜于输赢"吧。我其实对于这句话的感受是更深的就从我个人来说吧，当然从什么都不会到一步一步，跟着队伍一路走过来，真的说实话，在这里面成长经历了特别多的东西。然后那颗初心的话，怎么说呢？我觉得也是永远没有改变的吧，就是你不断的去面对不同的挑战，然后你不断的尝试去解决它，然后你一步一步的成长起来。我觉得这是这个比赛带给我们最大的意义。初心高于胜负成长胜于输赢。
怎么穿着华南虎衣服？
我说我不是你今天没在群里说官方要来啊，我还选了选呢。我说今天穿件黑的。
不知道从什么时候开始，我赢下了一场场比赛。我曾想要的，似乎都实现了。然而，上一场还没结束，下一场就开始了。这样的奔跑真的有意义吗？他们告诉我，要一直往前跑，不能停下来。他们告诉我，终点的领奖台很窄，容不下第二个人。但他们没有告诉我，当掌声和灯光散去，这个世界只剩我自己。这一次，我不想在迷雾中奔跑。这不是一场征服世界的旅程，而是一条不断点亮内心的道路。拨开迷雾，去看清自己。不相信边界，才能突破边界。让坚定的脚步迈入大地的辽阔，让自己的热爱成为更多人的热爱。去投入，去倾听，付出爱，送出掌声，内心会被点亮，世界就在眼前。那些他们没有告诉我的事，就是我一直想要的答案。
就班的按照自己的节奏，
但是重新建立了回来。
对，
再中，哇！
现在蓝方的这样一个劣势，
再中，第三发。
比赛开始，这是 BO2的第2场，由红方 TDT 战队对战我们的蓝方 Iris 战队。
好的，双方哨兵依旧采取一个前压，红方东北大学哨兵卡住了，这是蓝方的一次机会啊！来看双方在中场进行了一波平衡步兵的9击1为1。
是的，
蓝方3号步兵的掉血速度也不慢，那么双方正在进行火拼。
蓝方的1号英式机身白流子弹，
步兵要被击杀，恭喜东北大学哨兵拿下1血。
机身都有一个等级的压制，这对蓝方来说并不是一个好消息。
蓝方的1号英雄，并且对3号步兵也展开一次进攻。
是的，可以看到他们现在的进攻非常猛烈，直接将我们的蓝方第3步击变成非常漂亮的双杀，击打非常的准。背后的1分2发，1发2发，非常打在我们的心上。
还没有，比赛还没结束，恭喜东北大学拿下本场胜利。
多年以来 ，Inspire 不断突破边界，在全球电影片场大放异彩。现在 ，Inspire 全面革新，再次刷新航拍工业标准，一体化 8K 空中电影机 DJI Inspire 3正式降临。Inspire 3采用一体化流线型设计，工业美学与飞行性能完美结合。全新超广角暗光飞行相机为飞手量身打造，拥有大光圈和超广视野，感光能力大幅提升。
The FPV camera on the Inspire 3 is absolutely phenomenal. The picture quality is exceptional with a very low latency in the video, which allows the pilot to fly very precisely through small areas.
得益于性能强劲的动力系统 ，Inspire 3的水平飞行速度可达94公里每小时，斜下降速度提升至10米每秒。全新 TB51电池的重量和体积均较上一代大幅优化，不仅带来28分钟最长飞行时间，且支持快充和热替换。作为影视级航拍无人机 ，Inspire 3仍可在狭窄空间内安全飞行。它配备 DJI 最先进的全向态式感知系统和全新自定义避障功能，飞手可进行更加丰富的设置，包括避障方向、避障距离等。避障状态还可在全新距离感知雷达图上直观显示。不仅如此 ，Inspire 3机身内置前后双 RTK 天线，可实现强大的定向能力，进一步提高飞行精度，并极大减少指南针校准频率。RTK 定位天线支持3类全球定位系统，借助网络 RTK 或低 RTK2 移动站，可以轻松实现厘米级的定位精度。
The Inspire we're flying today has the new RTK that has centimeter accuracy that you could fly paths and go through obstacles that were just impossible to do before.
凭借厘米级 RTK 定位技术，航点飞行 Pro 的航线规划与任务执行也更加精准。其中，轨迹复眼模式作为传统航点飞行功能的升级版本，不仅支持更多专业设置，还可让 Inspire 3沿规划的航线更精准地完成自主飞行和拍摄。使用3D 轨道模式，则能模拟索道、轨道的拍摄效果。摄影师可设计一条虚拟的空中轨道，并手动控制 Inspire 3在虚拟轨道上来回飞行。
I mean, with the precise movements of the waypoint, I mean, you can do shots that you could never do before that were just impossible. I mean, today we did almost a 13-point waypoint move, and it was just seamless. Wrapping around someone, taking off, and then landing in an impossible position, inches away from things, and it was just dead on.
在大多数航拍镜头中，无人机常聚焦在单个主体进行拍摄。聚焦 Pro 的升级让此类拍摄更加简单高效。云台相机可自动锁定主体，此时飞手仍可手动控制飞行航线。
I love that they adopted Spotlight Pro for the Inspire 3. It lets me focus entirely on the flight, while the gimbal just stays locked on the subject, so I can get these really complex shots, even if I'm just shooting solo.
Inspire 3配备电影级影像系统，搭载全新 X9 8K Air 云台相机，配备全画幅传感器，可直接内录全画幅 8K ProRes RAW 和 Cinema DNG 视频，以及4K 120帧全画幅慢动作视频，满足顶级影视项目的规格要求。X9 8K Air 支持800和4000两档原生 EI， 并覆盖超过14档动态范围，能充分还原复杂光线下的明暗细节。
We have a dual native ISO, which means it can now shoot in low light really well, and then full frame sensor is now making the camera better than the majority of cameras out there already. So it's going to be comparable to a lot of high-end cinema cameras.
X9 不仅拥有超高水准的画质表现 ，DJI 电影色彩系统的运用也让它拥有卓越的色彩表现。
Working with this camera on the color side was very seamless. You can see all the highlight detail in the skies, and also you can see all of the shadow detail in the clothes. And usually we only see that with the very best of the professional cameras out there.
为了给摄影指导提供更多创意空间 ，DJI 新增 DL 18毫米 f2.8超广角镜头， 后续还将推出长焦镜头，配合原有全画幅定焦镜头，组成一套专为航拍打造的电影镜头组。Inspire 3全新的仰拍模式能带来更多创意拍摄角度。当起落架在下时，云台相机可进行最大80度无遮挡仰拍，彰显视觉张力。作为影视级航拍无人机， Inspire 3可和片场各部门实现紧密配合，支持10码同步功能。DJI RC Plus 遥控器，自带7英寸高亮监视器，亮度高达1200尼特。当内外置电池组合使用时，最长可提供6小时续航时间，并支持电池热替换。同时，影视级 O3 Pro 图传进一步提高了多人协同拍摄效率。飞手和云台手可在片场不同位置独立接收图传信号。飞行相机和云台相机均支持 1080p 60帧稳定图像传输，传输距离远达15公里。Inspire 3可在一定距离内实现 4K 30帧超高清图像传输，满足导演监看和现场直播要求。在城市楼宇等强干扰环境中 ，Inspire 3可安装 DJI Cellular 模块，借助 4G 网络确保图传稳定性。除了连接2台 RC Plus 外， Inspire 3还可与一台 RC Plus 与一台图传高亮监视器配对使用。此时，高亮监视器作为 DJI 专业生态系统的传输中枢，可与 Ronin 4D 控制手柄、DJI 大石摇轮等组合使用。将 DJI 3通道跟焦器连接 RC Plus 后，焦点员还可在片场进行远距离的焦点控制和光圈调整。Inspire 3带来众多革命性升级，全新电影航拍与空间智能时代即将开启。
Yeah, we've been waiting for the Inspire 3 for a long time. It's finally here, and it's as good as you wish it could be.
After today and just seeing what it could do, I have, great confidence I can show any of the directors I'm working with new possibilities of new shots that we haven't been able to do before. I feel with this new precision that I can get shots that are supremely accurate.
This drone will improve our daily work in ways it's hard to even understand yet. And maybe the most important part, the image quality is unlike anything we've ever seen on a fully integrated drone.
I have a feature coming up, and there's some shots that I'm pretty excited about that I can get with this new i3.
我们设计 Inspire 3的初衷，是为全球飞手、电影人、摄影师开启新的创作天地，用 Inspire 3拍出永恒之作，探索见所未见的新宇宙。
我觉得这和 RM 还挺像。同样的团队协作，同样的防守，同样的进攻。
角度怎么还行？是啊，飞得挺稳，对地慧眼的角度对的还可以。
它这个上面显示的就是飞机飞行的轨迹。
对，这是之前的轨迹了。对，现在就按照这个轨迹。大家好，我是 DJI 的算法工程师卡森毛，也是雾3的定位算法模块负责人。当时第一次知道我要做雾3这个项目的时候，心里非常激动，也很惊喜，因为我在想，我第一次来大疆要做的第一个项目，竟然就是雾3这么酷。
Hello and welcome back. Thanks for your patience during that small break. We are ready to dive in, though, to what's going to be, in my opinion, one of the most important matches for SFU. SFU versus Purdue, Group C, Day 2 RMNA. Nikhil, I know you said right before the break that you kind of favored Purdue based on their experience. They've also got that crazy balancing bot.
Yeah,
they're a pretty great team. Hence their seeded position in the field this year. SFU, a brand new team, but with 3 functional bots, which is just so impressive for level 1. And by functional, we mean fully functional.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Their Sentry fires, has good CV. Their projectile rate isn't quite as high as some of the more experienced teams.
But I mean, if it's functional, that's great, actually. Like, that'd be such a good advantage.
It sure can. And I think Purdue, taking my little cheater eyes here and looking across the field in person, looks like they're fielding both of their balancing standards this year.
Both of them? I thought you're only allowed to have one in the match.
We'll see what happens. But maybe they've brought them both just, you can have more than 3 robots on the side of the field before you load in. So I can see both of their balancing standards on the side of the field. So Purdue going to have that large advantage, able to fire over their wheel, make it more difficult for their opponent, in this case SFU, to return damage and trade effectively. SFU has a nice working sentry. Hopefully they've got a good strategy for their team. If I'm SFU, I think you use that defensive sentry to protect itself and allow the drivers to play it a bit more aggressive in the beginning of the game. When your sentry falls to about half health, that's when I think you need to fall back and start protecting that sentry HP and trying to time in good chip damage onto the enemy sentry.
I agree. And it's also, I'm pretty sure the balancing standard also starts with a little bit more health, if I'm not wrong.
There were some buffs in years past on those balancing standards. It's been rebalanced, no pun intended, with this last year, because last year it was illegal for a team to fire projectiles when they're not in front of their armor panel. So they gave them that really big in-game buff of you can now launch projectiles over your wheel, and I believe they removed many of those other like stat buffs.
I see. So now it's like
standards.
So the other base standard. So it's very similar to the base standard and all the other
you
buffs.
just now have this large mechanical advantage, right?
Which is
just
a crazy
based
advantage.
on how you built the robot.
Yeah, which is actually just a crazy advantage. They just can't shoot you. It's like, or they can't.
Yeah,
fire
they've got to
projectiles
flank you. You will notice that both of the balancing standards for Purdue have like a fixed wheel. It's not a Mechnum. It's not an Omni wheel. And so when they're driving, they can strafe facing you without an armor panel. But to like get back to their base to see where they're going, they need to rotate their armor panel forward. And so what we've seen in the past with a team like Purdue or Torino, who also has a similar balancing standard, is that at the end of the fight, if you have had an advantageous trade, when Purdue turns around to run away, their big armor panel is now exposed to you, and you can start launching projectiles at that point to really chip down their health.
Okay. So it's like a timing. It's like a timing thing that we have to.
Yeah, you've got to kind of choose your moment, and of course that happens right when they need to make progress down the field. So if they're pushing you, you can take advantage of that, and if you take an advantageous trade and they have to leave and retreat, you can also take advantage of that as well.
Okay. So I'm actually really excited. So that means I feel like the teams are going to be pretty balanced then, because they both have balancing standards. Right? If I'm not wrong.
No, SFU does not have balancing standards.
Okay.
I believe SFU is running a more traditional team. A first-year team. It's just so impressive to see their Sentry. We just got off of the CU match, one of the best Sentries, if not the best Sentry fielded this year. So it'll be nice to get to see kind of the contrast of functional Sentries. Which is still just a crazy achievement as we switch to the field and check out the bots that have loaded up. Christian, can you throw us to the field so we could take a peek and see what we've got?
All right.
Purdue on the red side.
And we have SFU on the blue side, their Sentry, and they have a hero and a Sentry, I believe.
They have two standards, so blue standard 3, blue standard 4, and then they do have a functional Sentry, yes.
Okay, sweet.
Purdue is running a normal standard 4, and then they'll be running a balancing standard 3. So this will be a 4-standard match, no heroes in sight.
Okay.
And then I believe both Sentries in the game should be functional as well.
Sweet, awesome. So that means I feel like, I guess this game, if I'm not going to speculate too much, might end up at just like a base HP win condition, because it's really difficult to like destroy a full base with just standard.
Yeah, given the half damage that the standard projectiles do to bases, to structures, and the double damage they do to robots, if you're a standard robot trying to chew through a base, you typically need to have aced the other team. Otherwise, you're going to get taken out.
Exactly. So I feel like this game, as you said, both teams looking really good. So it might just end up being a base HP thing, which is going to be interesting. So we're going to see a lot of fighting, which I like watching.
So I don't believe that Texas A&M has played either of these teams. I'll have to look at the back in the schedule. But basically, whoever loses this match has to beat Texas A&M. SFU played TAMU.
Yeah.
So SFU must have lost both of those rounds, I believe.
They did.
So SFU must win this match if they want to get out of groups.
Exactly. And then I know that SFU, they started pretty strong. They've started pretty aggressive in that TAMU game, but then they kind of lost that lead as TAMU just kind of picked up momentum. So I guess we have to see how this goes around as well, because SFU seems to be pretty aggressive starting out. All right, got the thumbs up from red side over there.
You could see the robots here from Purdue making some selections. These robots are able to pick. The game is deep. Like we said, it turns into an esport. So you can choose different robot performance paths for your level up. So you can pick being health focused or projectile rate focused. You can be burst fire versus continuous fire focused. And so that's why you'll see some of these teams like A&M, it sounds like does a lot of the burst focus just from how they're firing their projectiles. Whereas like your SFUs, your R hits are doing very continuous streams of projectiles.
Exactly. So
Purdue having a little bit of a technical timeout here. We'll see if it's a team technical timeout.
Or it might be a ref system server side debacle.
Our refs have been getting pretty good at running the event this year. We've been sticking to the schedule like glue, which I really appreciate. And so I'll be surprised if this technical timeout isn't a team timeout.
Yeah.
But we do have an orange lanyard still on the field, which I believe is a staff member there.
Yeah, I think it might be a referee system then, because I don't think any other players on the field. But you're right, it does become like an esport. That's
There's balancing standard 3 for Purdue.
Oh.
It's their, what are we going to call that, a legged balancing standard. So they have two balancing standard, one that has fixed wheels. This one's actually able to stand up if it wants to gain a height advantage, which is super useful in 1v1. It also allows you to see over one of these barriers and block some projectiles for your base, whose armor panels are very high up.
Yeah, and also it's like, I know that some of those types of legged balancing standards could also jump, which is pretty cool.
Now we're getting to see the Sentry, though, which is looking great. You can see that spinning maybe a LiDAR sensor there. I'm not sure. I'll have to check with one of the Sentry hardware leads. But a double-barreled Sentry, only using computer vision to pathfind around the map, fire at other teams, launch those projectiles at the blue team, hopefully. These are side-by-side barrels. A pretty typical, this has been the most typical configuration of barrels. It allows you to do vertical flywheels, which is really nice. And it means that your barrels are always going to have targeting the same armor panel, but give you a little bit of spread. Obviously, you want accuracy, but a bit of spread gives you some forgiveness, right?
Yeah, and then over here we're just looking at the balancing standard again. We saw a glimpse of the normal standard for a second there, and all right, let's get right into the game.
Follow your inner voice, Nikhil, and ignite your enthusiasm for growth.
Yes, I can't wait.
This one's super true. Your engineering career begins with your first step into RoboMasters. That's super true. These are great engineers here. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. A pivotal match for SFU here as we get a split screen view to watch the difference in projectile purchase times. Both teams making it out of the gate.
Purdue starting off with a little bit of a faster projectile purchase.
Yeah.
But they both are, it seems that Purdue's taking a little bit more of a defensive stance here.
Purdue's Sentry going on a small adventure, but not scanning, it appears.
And we're now in the cockpit of blue team, who just overheated, which happens when you fire a few too many projectiles.
That's true. Some early trading. Level 1, neither team really has the firepower to absolutely melt. These early trades are going to be pivotal because of the lack of gold, right? Each projectile counts a lot.
Is that the... Oh, there's a red standard just trying to take control of the center, which is really good for XP and gaining levels, just to get that a little bit of a snowball effect going for their side.
Yeah, unfortunately, Red Standard 3 does not have any projectiles, and with the gold they have, one's got to assume they're actually having a mechanical issue, and they've chosen on purpose not to load up that bot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It seems that only Red Standard 4...
Blue Standard 4 pushing now, taking Red Standard 4 down to half health. A very equal trade as you see Blue Standard 4 also falling low. Both teams retreating to their resupply zones to heal up and purchase more projectiles.
And Purdue has a slight advantage with both of their standards being at level 3 compared to the level 2 of blue side, but that only gives you a slight buff.
Yeah, once again on the resupply, we see all of the gold being funneled into Red Standard 4. So Purdue playing with one bot. SFU a slight lead here on Sentry Health as Blue Standard 4, Red Standard 4 engaged in battle. Blue Standard 4 taking the worst end of the trade. Is he going to be able to make it back to his base? He's overheating. He's running back. He's down. First blood to Purdue.
So First Blood drops the invincibility of the base.
And now the Sentry for SFU taking heavy fire from Red Standard 4, the only functional bot of the side of Purdue. He's got to clutch this up.
Oh, and it seems that the blue Sentry, or blue, is not actually launching any projectiles, is just spinning in place. And the matchup seems pretty fair right now.
As soon as you say that, Blue Sentry's projectiles do go down from 750 to 746.
Oh.
Hopefully firing in the correct direction.
Hopefully.
In the cockpit of Balancing Standard 3, you can see it's nice stabilization here. And Balancing Standard 3 is firing.
Oh. I guess they were just more confident in their Standard 4 initially.
Doing a significant amount of damage. You can see how tough it is as Blue Standard 4 unable to fire back. Can't see the armor panels and is getting chunked down. Both of their bots level 5 to the level 7 competitors at Purdue.
Oh. The commentating table just got hit with one of the grapes.
Purdue getting a couple more kills on the board. 2 minutes left in the round. They have an advantage, but still a Sentry Health game. Very, very close in this important round for SFU.
Both teams trying to go back to get a little bit more of a reload and re-heal. Their economy is about the same level. We have another battle here.
Red Standard 4 is absolutely lethal. It takes out the sentry and moves onto the base. Can it get a little bit of chip damage down? None of those projectiles hit, and the SFU base stays at 1500 for now.
Red Sentry is at 500 HP, so blue has a lot to go through to get that. Oh, and they get some chip damage down. Red gets some chip damage on that.
A pretty hefty chip here. Red Standard 3 taking about 300 damage off the base.
They're just trying to confirm their lead right now and make it a little bit harder. Oh, Red Standard 4 from all the way from back at their border, with back at their barrier, trying to snipe the base.
SFU, a minute left to go. They're going to have to make a miraculous push here if they want to bring this one back. Reminder that they can still get points by going 1-1 if they're unable to clutch it back.
Exactly. They really need to focus on that Red Sentry right now and trying to remove Red
it's hard to focus on the sentry while your base is getting destroyed. 200 more damage being taken down. They're trying to body block, but you could see Red Standard 4 lobbing from center field, destroying the base. 800 HP remaining, 700 damage dealt. This accuracy, absolutely lethal from Purdue. The projectiles flying just over the head of Blue Standard 3.
Although both standards on blue side have ammo and they are able to fire, they don't seem to be rushing, trying to protect their base.
Yeah, they might be suffering some sort of projectile jamming, as I'm not seeing that projectile count change from the side of SFU.
And their econ just
look at the tall. Can we get a view on that tall? There we go.
Oh,
that tall Purdue.
The tall.
So many driver cams. We almost saw it, though. Purdue popped their balancing standard up onto its hind legs, stood up like a kangaroo, and was able to finish off the base, clutching the win for Purdue.
Nice.
That's the showing we expected from Purdue. A very veteran team here at RMNA. Still winning by base damage, not base skills, just as you called out. Without a hero, it's tough to finish off a base.
Exactly. Oh, and we see the two teams on the bottom here. Two drive teams. That was actually a really interesting game. It was actually very close in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that it could go either way, but just getting that sentry down really early for Purdue really built up that momentum, and getting that extra XP also just built up the snowball effect that we were talking about.
Sure. Yeah, I think at some point in the match, both of the SFU bots were no longer able to launch projectiles. And there's nothing you can do without launching any projectiles, right? There's not a way to bring the game back. There's not a way to stop your opponent. And so they tried to body block to slow it down, and they were successful in preventing the base destruction. But Purdue ultimately able to have that more reliable robot performance. SFU Sentry firing a couple projectiles, but not the performance that we had seen yesterday. So hopefully SFU can, just unjam those agitators. With agitator jamming on 17mm projectiles, it's typically a very hit or miss, no pun intended, situation. And I'd anticipate that both teams are going to try their best to get all of their robots fully functional. I'm so impressed that Purdue's balancing standard was able to fire. I don't really understand the strat. Perhaps early they used it to body block just because it's able to position without that armor panel forward, giving them an advantage in early skirmishes.
Yeah, they're just more confident in their standard 4, so they want to just try to put all of the balls in standard 4's bag and try to just get as much XP as possible.
Yeah. SFU hopefully going to get both of those agitators unjammed. If they can get a full round, with projectiles launching as intended and with a sentry that defends itself, I think it will be quite close. Purdue demonstrating a similar strategy to VT with these long-range half or three-quarters court shots at the base panel, but without a hero, right? It allowed them to do a lot of chip damage to the base early and from a safe position. But unlike VT, they weren't able to finish off that base from the protected position. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when those two strategies clash, if Purdue's able to finish this round out and make it out of groups today.
Exactly. I want to see how this strategy evolves, especially when dealing with teams like VT with a hero and a standard, because the hero just does so much damage from long distance. So maybe they have to be even more aggressive than they are right now and have to take less of a defensive position, which they're doing right against SFU.
20 seconds left to go. because of their bracket situation, I do expect that SFU would take a technical timeout if they needed one. But looks like with 6 seconds left, you can see them scurrying on the right side of your screen, hopping out of the field, closing that barrier, and we're jumping right into round 2 of Purdue versus SFU. Team Honor illuminates your path.
Yes, I agree with that. You have to be prideful in your team.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. Purdue's Sentry kind of getting in the way of their standard there.
Oh, again? 2 times.
A bit of an orbital motion coming out for their Sentry. I don't think it was firing any projectiles this last game. We'll keep a closer eye on those Sentry counts.
Yeah. And again, they're doing the same strategy. Red is doing the same strategy.
Red Standard 3 this time, loading up 100 projectiles in each bot. That's great to see. It's going to allow them to push even a little bit faster as they get some early chip down onto the Sentry, and they start annihilating Blue Standard 3 down to half health. Blue Standard 3 firing a few projectiles back, but taken out. Red Standard 4 also gets disconnected or destroyed or overpower limit. First blood going the way of SFU, actually.
Oh, interesting.
Overpower. Red 4 having some chassis power issues. This could be what SFU needs. If they can get a couple shots down onto Red 4 when it revives. They are leveling up, though. You can see them both coming across to level 2. Now another 2v1 situation. SFU has this advantage, but they've got to fight a balancing standard.
It seems that they're unable to fire currently. They're not able to launch their projectiles, so they might have to take a very defensive position. Because I don't see them. I don't see blue. I stand corrected.
So Nikhil, what you and the audience are probably seeing is from the driver cams, some of the teams have UV illuminators that make the projectiles glow, and some of them don't.
I see.
And so it can look like from the driver cam like you're not firing, and be relatively difficult.
Oh, look at that defensive position that you were talking about with the balancing standard. It's very effective here, but at the same time, both of the standards on blue side...
SFU's got to be careful. Blue Standard 4 getting really low. He needs to pull out. He needs to get out of this fight. He's not moving. He needs to retreat, and he's taken down, overstays, and overplays.
I don't know if you guys can hear this, but that was so much...
That was the Blue Sentry, I believe, from SFU.
Oh, my gosh.
50 projectiles fired very quickly. As now SFU starts just absolutely wailing on the base of Purdue. 500 damage dealt. Their Sentry still at 540 health. They will be in a great place here for round 2, making the push continue. The team that is the talk of the town, SFU. Ascension Robotics.
They are going to be ascending in the bracket, hopefully.
They sure will. Purdue trying to clutch it up, though. Red Standard 3 going 2v1 the only way he can. 2 armor panels for him, 8 on the enemies. He's got a lot of things to be firing at. You can see him get chased down. This is what I was talking about early.
And they destroy him.
Taken out, and without having a second standard, this does mean that SFU has a small gap here. It's essentially an ace. They can deal any damage, or they can use it to go back and reload. Both of their standards now level 8, I believe. This is going to be very, very powerful.
Yeah.
Red Standard 3 from Purdue standing up. Really impressive mechanical performance there, but it's so tough 2v1 now that these SFU standards are both online.
It seems that Red Standard 4 is being really slow, trying to come up, trying not to
Blue
overpower.
Standard 3 able to get a kill and do some more chip damage onto the base. He's going to retreat a little early. It's hard. Your screen's glowing red, right? You know you're taking damage. But they have 400 HP now.
Red Standard 4 trying to get some damage off on the Sentry, but gets blocked.
SFU saying, hey, we can do it too, taking half court, 3/4 court shots at the base, chipping it down from the barrier, totally peeking.
Red Standard 3 trying to come
back
block.
Online. Red Standard 4 back online, not having overpower issues anymore, dealing damage to the Sentry of SFU. They have a minute left to go. It is a base health advantage to Purdue.
And Sentry health too. They have to go through a lot. And both standards on blue side seem to be on point.
This is a defensive move I love from SFU. At this point in the game, if you could just protect your Sentry, you have no way to lose. You don't have to push anymore. You have that base health advantage. just protect the president.
They just have to stall for another 45 seconds, and then they will just take the victory on base health.
And deservedly so. What a great performance from them. They were able to 2v1 this formidable balancing standard.
Exactly, and they were able to
Their Sentry
really
fired over 100 projectiles this round, really doing a great job protecting itself.
Oh, and it seems that
Purdue found a window. They're chewing through the base of
And they
the
got the
Sentry.
Sentry
They get
down.
it down. 20 seconds left to go.
But will they be able to?
900 HP difference. Body blocking is trying.
It's kind of working.
Taking some projectiles straight to the face is Ascension Robotics. 10 seconds left to go. 9, 8, a base health.
7.
One of
That
our
could do
only
600
split
damage.
decision rounds. A best of 2, 1 point each in the bracket as Ascension Robotics takes the
the
round
win.
from Purdue.
Okay, that's crazy. I think that was our first split decision, if I'm not wrong.
I think you're right. In the 3v3, we've had some
In the
1v1 splits, but
In the
phenomenal
3v3.
performance from both sides. Just mind-boggling issues across the board, right? Sometimes all of the bots were functional, but sometimes they were working a little better than others, right?
Exactly. Look at how even the distribution of damage and like everything is right there.
Yeah, the damage tied up, the projectiles launched tied up. Reminder that SFU, right, 100 of those projectiles are from their Sentry.
Yes.
And so, they are firing it, like I mentioned, at a slightly slower rate than a team like Purdue out of their standards, but they were able to take the win, and that's awesome. SFU continuing their climb through the bracket. Congratulations. Excellent performance.
Awesome. That was really interesting. That's the type of game I like to see. Like something that just keeps you on your toes the entire time.
That was awesome. Speaking of really important bracket matches, up next we will have Virginia Tech versus Torino. This is Group D. It's the 4-man group. Each of these matches already means a little bit more. And Virginia Tech and Roboto are some of those teams where they're right on the edge.
Exactly.
At their peak, I believe either one of them should make it out of groups. And at their floor, I think either one of them, it would be reasonable to see them get overtaken and kept out of groups.
This might be another set of split decision matches.
That would be exciting. If
That
we
would
get
be
a couple
fun.
more of those, we're going to have to start doing some math and posting some results. You can check out robomaster.live to see an actual live count of the points. It takes a few minutes for the match updates to come through on that point value. So if you look right now, you won't see the SFU and Purdue points allocated, but that will allow you to see kind of where everyone stands within their groups.
Yeah, and we see, I think we are, is that the next team online? Or
No, that's
coming in?
Purdue.
Oh, that's
Pulling
Purdue.
their robots out.
Okay.
Yep. Purdue's getting off the field still. Purdue in Ascension. And at 10:30 here in about 5 minutes, we should have Virginia Tech versus Torino.
Yeah. Which way do you think this match is going to be going?
I think Virginia Tech has the advantage. Torino has the mechanical robots are there. They're newer to 3v3. They struggled last year mechanically with their bots. They don't have that struggle this year. So this year they've got to learn the lessons they couldn't really learn, right? They were limited robotically last year, so they didn't get the experience of playing the game fully. Now that their bots are working well, Roboto is having more of like strategy issues and getting out of the gate quickly, getting your projectiles fast, just practicing, right?
Yeah.
So I think Virginia Tech has the edge because they've had that practice, but I think either team has the robots and the teams to be able to take it down.
And then if I'm not wrong, I think Virginia Tech runs a standard and a hero, while Roboto runs 2 standards.
I believe that's true. Roboto is fielding a balancing standard as well, so we'll keep seeing those 2-wheeled bots, a menace on the field. The Virginia Tech hero is really going to continue the strategies that we've seen in today's first matches with those long-range shots over the low wall of the base. Each base is protected by 1 high wall and 1 low wall. And so you'll see teams lining up so that they can fire long-range shots actually on the high wall side, just adjacent to the wall. If you just find just the right angle, you can kind of peek between the 2 barriers and you'll be able to see 1 armor panel.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting because these long-range fights, I don't think I've seen before. I don't think this was as common last year.
It wasn't. Virginia Tech and some other teams used to actually base rush last year and get in behind the bases. These long-range projectiles weren't as common. One of the reasons why is that projectile speed. So previous years, projectile velocity was on your upgrade path, but you started launching projectiles very slow, 10 or 15 meters per second. And now all robots start at 30 meters per second, allowing for more accurate firing and longer range shots that still register as full forced shots.
Oh, okay. And do you also think it's because, like, you know, they have sentries that kind of work now? So they're like, oh, we're more protected if we're just kind of back here, so we don't have to call our sentry all the way up.
Oh, sure. Yeah, and vice versa, right? You're no longer as interested in getting up in the teeth of SFU sentry.
Yes.
And so if you can stay behind a barrier on your side of the field, you're less likely to have to contend with the enemy sentry. Unless you're fighting CU.
Unless you're fighting CU.
In which case, the sentry is already calling from inside the house.
Yes.
And you've got to figure out how to deal with it, I guess.
Either move or, like, you know, just beat them.
I would love to see, you know, it would be hilarious if we had a pair of teams that both had that CU start strat and the sentry switched positions. I'm not even sure how that would wind up. I mean, you would have like these 2v1 sentry fights happening on both sides. It would almost split the game, right? Instead of being like, instead of being players versus players, it'd be like a PvE race, right? It'd be you versus the computer.
Yeah.
And then you're doing a race to see who can beat the computer first.
Yeah, beat the computer first and then quickly pivot over to the base.
Yeah, you'd have some boss fights going on there.
Yeah, and as we said, the sentry does have like a clean advantage against the human players because the human players have to go and like buy their ammo.
Especially level 1 and level 2, right?
Yeah.
Because that sentry starts with that faster projectile launching rate. It can fire many more projectiles per second. You can't put out the damage per second that a sentry can early in the game.
Yeah.
Typically what we see is the humans have better accuracy, and that's kind of where that gap gets made up. As we see the robots coming onto the field.
And
Virginia Tech, with their yellow and black tape, a standard, a classic, a homage, if you will, to the founding team. Virginia Tech's always had that same colorway on their bots. It's really nice, right? As an alumni, I get to see the robots. You see those little things calling back to the team performances. Speaking of colorways, you can get this cool shirt in 3 different colorways. So we have the shirt in blue and in gray and in some like greenish color that I can't show you because it would get green screened out.
It'd be kind of funny if we wore them.
And just be some floating heads with some RoboMasters. That'd be fun for like a day.
Yeah.
There's also RoboMaster Colorado stickers. They're $3 a pop. You can see them right here on Nikhil's shirt. If you would like to grab some of this merch, please come on over in front of the... you want to do a merch toss? I said merch and you perked up.
We can do a merch toss. I was also saying we also have earrings that look like the 17 millimeter.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, those are pretty sick too, I think.
They are. Nikhil's going to start tossing some merch. He's going to throw 1 or 2 things out there. Here it goes. The audience isn't listening, but someone's going to get beamed in the head. Do it. Chuck it. There it goes, Nikhil. Wow, that was crazy.
It's like a little frisbee.
Man, this man just likes throwing bucket hats. Buckets for days. Heck yeah. Thank you guys so much for being here in person. Everyone comes to watch SFU because like we have called them the talk of the town. I talked about how there's all these rumors about how cool they are. It's true. The other teams are pausing working on their robots to come and watch Ascension Robotics because we all remember what our first year looked like, and it wasn't that.
Yeah, it was not that. No.
Most of our teams now have turned our first-year robots into memes. We have fun pictures of them. A&M has our first standard hung on a wall. It's this big rectangle of aluminum. It's not great.
And we just scrap them for parts.
Yeah, the motors. There's not many other good parts on there.
Yeah.
But that's not the case for these teams. Torino and Virginia Tech have fabulous-looking robots. That's a Purdue bot getting carried off. You could tell by the duck. Look at that. It's on the screen. They're showing it off. They love it. Ooh.
Oh, it's back to us.
I think maybe our roaming cam was checking out some of the bots leaving the field.
Yeah.
But we're sticking to the schedule pretty well. Remember, you can go to rmcolorado.org and check out the full event schedule and look at the 3v3 and 1v1 matches. Both of those streams can be caught on RoboMaster North America on YouTube, or you can hang out here with us on Twitch. Make sure you drop a follow on Twitch, a subscribe on YouTube. If you have a Twitch Prime sub you want to give us, we appreciate it.
Please. We'd love that.
Yeah, and RIP to the 2021 Tamu standard. Hey, that one's not as old, okay? Our 2020 standard, because of COVID, never got to see the light of day.
Oh.
But it was like a universal joint bot, and I was the hardware lead, and I definitely... anywho, I made a mistake about the length of the shafts of the 3508 drive motors.
Okay.
So the universal joints only could get put together in a very particular order. It was tough. It was tough out there.
No, that's the thing about engineering, you know. One mistake kind of snowballs.
Yeah.
And it's also like you have to make sure. Oh, and we're back. Is this? I think this is VT.
This is Virginia Tech. There's this Sentry bot with its Omni wheels.
And we didn't get a good head. Like look at the head. I think it might be dual-headed.
We've got what's going to be red standard 3 for Virginia Tech, also in a circular Omni wheel position. These Omni wheels are going to give them higher efficiency while spinning. And then a reduced efficiency, as it were. You're going to have two-wheel drive, basically, when you're translating.
Yeah, and I think they have their hero in the background. We barely can see it. And I like their color scheme. They have a lot of white in there, which is... And shout out to Leith.
Robo Grinder.
Yeah.
I love their vest, too. It's kind of a classic in the RMUC field. You've got those big pockets where you can stick all your tools for the pit crew members that are running around. It's pretty important to get prepped. We do have a couple teams from North America competing in RMUC this year, so I'm really excited to continue to watch the growth that RMNA is providing. We've chatted a lot about how good these teams have done at RMNA and how much progress they've made, and I'm excited to see that progress kind of litmus tested against the RMUC field.
And speaking about RMUC, you have experience going to RMUC, right?
Yeah.
How was that?
I got to go in 2019. Absolutely fabulous. I loved my time in China. I've spent like 2 weeks there. We got to do a little bit of sightseeing around Shenzhen. We went and toured Tencent, which was super cool. And then obviously the matches were amazing. The arena was awesome. RMNA's catching up quick. Our cool lights this year that we have flashing with the winners is awesome. I also got some projectiles flying at me in RMUL, but that's one of the fun things about RMUL is you're so close to the arena, right, that these projectiles are right there. The robots are right there. You get to be in the action. Hey, guys, thanks for being in the chat. We love it when y'all are hanging out. It's really fun to chat with you guys. Shout out from Santos, just stopping to say hello. Cobras from A&M. The next match. So the next match is right here. And it's going to be Robo Grinder from Virginia Tech versus Torino from Italy, which is awesome. Following that, we'll have McNitney versus Aru, which is UW. And then we'll have Artemis versus Caliber, when Artemis is the University of Alberta. So we've got a lot of good 3v3 matches coming up. And we're sticking to the schedule pretty well. We're about 5 minutes behind now on that schedule, but the schedule will update live at rmcolorado.org.
Yeah, our wonderful volunteers are just cleaning up the field right now, making sure it's pristine for the next set of matches to get started.
Chat, we are 5 followers away from 700. So if you can mash that follow button. If you're new on a team, I've realized that because we have so many new teams this year, I had to go post like a sign in the pit room because a lot of them were like, hey, where can we watch the stream? They didn't know about our Twitch. Santos, NYU is only competing in 1v1 this year. They had some issues with their bots and shipping and getting them ready for 3v3, so they were not able to pass inspection for 3 versus 3. You can watch their 1v1 over at YouTube at RoboMaster North America. There will be 2 live streams on YouTube. You need to go select the 1v1 live stream. NYU is competing in 1v1 matches. I don't have that schedule pulled up, but you can pull it up at rmcolorado.org.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's like the field is getting a little bit of cleaning and preening here.
Yeah.
As we're still waiting for Robo Grinder versus Torino. If y'all have any questions in the chat, this is a great time to ask questions about how... Oh, look, now we're checking out the 1v1 field.
Whoa.
There it is.
There it is. It's a little bit smaller, but it's also called a standard match, essentially, because it's 2 standards going against each other. Oh,
and
no.
now we're doing circles. Someone said, Google, do a barrel roll.
And it did.
Yeah. That standard confrontation field that you just saw, both of those barriers are that low height that we were just referencing around the base. allowing teams like Purdue to actually stand up and fire over those barriers.
Which is a pretty big advantage.
I don't know if you've seen it yet, but Colorado can do the same thing.
Really?
So Colorado doesn't push the wheels down, but they do push the turret up.
Interesting.
And they actually raise their whole gimbal and fire those projectiles. No problem, Barcy. The live standings are at robomaster.live, and then you've got to go to the North American region. The website will natively be in Chinese, so you'll have to use Google Chrome or something to translate that page into English.
They have a little button on the corner saying English.
There it is. So it'll take a little bit of doing, but you'll be able to find the group standings there and see how many points each team had. Remember that the top 2 teams with the most points get out of groups. If there is a tie, which now that we're getting some 1-to-1s, I think we're going to have some ties. If there is a tie, you look at the head-to-head performance of those teams.
So
for
who
example,
did better?
Yeah. So
Okay.
if SFU ties with Purdue, you would look at SFU versus. Oh, that's a bad example. Let me pick a different example. If A&M and SFU tie in points, you would look at A&M versus SFU. A&M won both of their rounds, so A&M would progress and SFU would not.
Okay. So that's how they deal with tiebreakers. I thought we'd just have another quick round to see who would.
There will not be a tiebreaker round to get out of groups. I believe it'll be and we can check with Char later. Once we get him back in the booth, we'll do a little check on that. Roboto versus Robo Grinder. The teams are there. The bots look good. None of the bots are on the field yet, so maybe I'll get an update on what's holding us up.
It just seems like field is just being.
Are both teams there? I see Robo Grinder.
I think the other team is also there.
All right.
From what I can see.
Chat, if you have any people or teams you really want to hear from, we'd love to do some interviews today. Let us know if you're here watching from let's see, which team do I not shout out their name enough? If you're here and you're watching from Queens at Night Robotics, or from UC Irvine, Legacy Robotics.
Or from Montreal with Polytech.
Heck yeah. One of the teams competing in the 1v1. Sure,
Yeah.
we could get the Polystar.
Polystar, sorry. Yeah,
No,
Polystar.
we have a couple teams with very similar names. When does RMUC start for the international bracket? So RMUC for international bracket starts at the end of July, beginning of August, I believe.
Okay.
I will be streaming that probably on Standard Preston on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/standardprez. We are not doing an official RoboMaster North America stream of RMUC, but I'll be doing kind of like a watch party thing if you want to hang out. A&M's going this year for the first time in 5 years.
Yay.
So I'll be there watching with them.
That's great. And then we have the robots onto the field.
All right, so it's going to be Virginia Tech on the red side, shown here, and Torino on the blue. Not that the sides have any advantage. The map is perfectly symmetrical, and we keep really consistent lighting in the room. We've closed all the windows. Colorado has beautiful weather outside all day long.
It's just hot.
Oh,
It's very hot.
Where are you from? You're from UW.
I'm from Seattle.
Nah, no, I'm from Houston. It's not hot. It's beautiful. I wore a sweatshirt yesterday.
That's crazy.
Nah.
I'm wearing t-shirts and shorts all day.
No, I put on a sweatshirt yesterday evening, went and laid down outside. It was gorgeous. A lot of teams really enjoying the local Colorado aspect. I know UW actually went and checked out some of the campus yesterday, went to the rec center.
Yeah. It was great. We played basketball against Polystar. We lost, but it's okay.
Sounds like you're saying we should give Polystar some of your group's brackets. Did they beat you twice?
In
3 points. There we go.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh my gosh.
You heard it here first. Nikhil is donating 3 of their bracket points over to Polystar.
Please, no, I revoke it.
But no, I've loved getting to travel around North America so far and see these different universities and get to check out their amenities and obviously continue meeting engineers from around the world, like the ones from Torino. That's their balancing standard right there.
And
a beautiful design. Check out the latches. So you see a lot of these teams struggling to get into their bot to make last-minute repairs and modifications. Those latches are a great idea. I know RHIT has cotter pins holding their panels on.
Yeah.
Typically, if you see things like latches and cotter pins, you think shaky and not well secured. But these are just bumpers. They're just holding on shielding. The robot is still bolted together. Don't worry.
Exactly. So it's like you need to make sure they need to be easy to remove, and then also the shaking I think is a little advantageous, right? Because if something hits, if something hits your bumper, it'll kind of flex a little bit, move to disperse a little bit more of that impact.
And then the second standard for Torino, we just passed blue standard 4. This is the sentry for Torino.
It seems to be a single.
It's got 90-degree barrels. That's what's tripping you up here.
Oh,
yeah. This is some crazy stuff here. Maybe sharing a
Interesting.
flywheel, maybe horizontal.
Well, that's
like a horizontal on one and then vertical on the other, so that they're both horizontally stacked. I don't know. We'll have to check it out. Cobras, we'll try to get you a view of the venue later. That I would love to show it off to you. It's so pretty outside and inside. So big shout outs to Colorado. Thank you so much. They've been so accommodating. VT versus Torino, Group D, our abridged group with the bye slot in it. 4 teams only, 4 matches per team to get out of groups. Torino versus Virginia Tech. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Torino and Virginia Tech. Oh, no. Virginia Tech's hero not making any motion. Torino oddly letting their... Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just said the hero started moving as you said that.
It did. Both teams with a weird little stutter start here.
And they just hit their sentry. Virginia Tech did.
No damage done. Both sentries still at 600 HP. A little bit of whoa, some really choppy driver cam. There we go. This is the sentry for Robo Grinder. It's doing something. It thinks it sees something. It's now firing at the wall.
Maybe they're red vests.
I mean, it shouldn't be shooting at red. It's on the red team.
Oh, my bad.
So Virginia Tech's sentry is active, and you know what? It's so loud in the venue now. I am always a proponent for make your sentry fire something.
Exactly.
If your sentry launches some projectiles, it's much scarier for everyone as Torino gets a little bit of poke. They're trying to get some damage onto the sentry, contesting now. Blue standard 4, red standard 3 here in combat. You can see their health as blue standard 4 dies to overpower. Unfortunate.
Red standard 3, blue standard 3 is very weak right now, but it's healing up in its resupply zone.
Virginia Tech taking that central buff point. It's going to continue giving them a level lead. Torino, this is what I'm talking about, that experience issue. That resupply zone is big enough for 2 robots, and they actually die to overpower as they push against their own teammates. That's hard to watch.
I don't know if you saw that, but the blue sentry, when the red standard was approaching it, it was able to fire. So that's actually really interesting.
Let's check out this Torino sentry. I think it may have fired 2 projectiles there. It went down to 579.
Oh, and now we're seeing the balancing standard take advantage of being able to shoot over the wheel.
You can see Robo Grinder trying. They're trying bounce shots.
They're trying bounce shots. That's brilliant.
Virginia
oh my
Tech,
gosh.
2000 IQ play. They're bouncing projectiles off the wall, ricocheting them onto the armor panels of Torino. What?
I didn't even think of that. That was crazy.
Thank you so much for that driver cam, producers. That was golden. It didn't score a kill or anything, but absolute genius play. A relatively even game here. We've seen, we've been saying the trades going the direction of Virginia Tech, but Virginia Tech trying to just chew through the base shield, not focusing on that sentry. As red standard 3, blue standard 4, once again in a confrontation and again going the way of Virginia Tech.
Oh!
Whoa, that might be a red card against Virginia Tech. They kind of body slam a little bit into the hero.
I like the flank that they have going on here. It's so intense.
Yeah, as long as your robots are orthogonal, one of the armor panels has to be facing a bot, right?
Yeah.
So Virginia Tech taking advantage of that. We're now tied on sentry health, 2 minutes left to play, and the game is actually in a perfectly tied state. The shield for Torino's base protecting them from that next win condition.
Again,
Blue standard 4. If they can fix that, they will be in a really good position here as the hero taking these 3/4 long shots. There's a hit.
They really need to get through that base really quick.
6 more. They need 5 more projectiles to get close, 6 to do damage.
6 to do damage. And once they get that little bit of damage, they're going to be so much ahead. But while that is happening, red sentry is taking a little bit of damage.
Blue standard 3 here contesting against all 3 bots. Blue standard 4 dying again to overpower.
Oh, Blue standard 3 also going down.
The sentry, the last standing bot on the side of Torino. It is firing a little bit low here.
But it's still just a little bit like...
in the proper direction.
In the proper direction. It's fine, a little low, but it's like As long as you said, as long as it's
The
getting
base
some...
for Torino getting chunked down by the hero. Long range, it's down now to 495. 3 more projectiles as the sentry health falls on both sides of the map. Sentry health still relatively even. 54 seconds left. This is extremely close.
The hero just reloaded with 9 more golf balls.
Torino's sentry now getting poked down. Torino's blue standard 4 getting taken out again by overpower limits.
And there we go. We got some damage done on blue side base. That gives red an edge.
The sentry for Torino still up. Virginia Tech sticking with their chew through the shield. They don't take the wrapper off their starburst. They just pop them in.
It seems that the red hero ran out of ammo, so it needs to go back.
Virginia Tech using their standard to finish off Torino's base. 100 health remaining, and with 10 seconds left, they will finish off the base to take the victory in the first round.
Wow.
Excellent, excellent job.
Oh, and now we can see we can see all the ammo light up there for a second. That was really sick.
All right, a great showing from each team. If Torino, for some reason, is listening to me, if they'll maybe just use the remote control for their left hand on blue standard 4, if it's not dying to overpower, I think they actually are quite competitive in this round.
Exactly. That was pretty close, even with just about I would say 1.5 standards on Torino's side, because Torino was able to get some firing done.
1 and a quarter, I think.
1 and a quarter. Okay.
By the end of the game, I think that blue standard 4 was still level 3 or 4. It was dead for a lot of the game.
That's true.
So really the deaths, not only obviously it's not doing anything while it's out, but you're also not gaining XP. And so even when you are alive, you're not as effective as a normal standard would be if you had just been driving around not dying during that time.
I see.
Really, I mean, hero accuracy, the name of the game for Virginia Tech. Again, it's the strategy that they've had for year after year. And it's been good enough to keep them in the top 3. It's been a while since it's been enough to compete against a UW. But given the new game state with the levels and all of that, I'm wondering if this is the year that is effective. Let's talk a little bit about Torino's sentry. I'm so impressed. It's so tough to get sentries firing at bots. It feels like today every sentry we've seen has been fully functional with working AI, and that's amazing.
Yeah, it has a little bit of it's just firing a little bit low, but that's fine. That's like a quick change, I hope.
Hopefully they can just hard code just +5.
+5 degrees.
Sure. Yeah, right? Just whatever the value the robot thinks it needs to shoot, just hard code in an adjustment, right?
Because to recalibrate
an offset.
Yeah, an offset. That's the technical term.
All right, so Robo Grinder versus Roboto going on now. You can see our little updated 3v3 match. We're going to go into round 2. So Robo Grinder securing themselves at least 1 point from this match. It's going to be pivotal. Next up, we will have McNitney versus AR UW. I've been told that it's really fun if I call you guys UWash.
UWash?
Uh-huh.
Who said that?
And then all the UW kids, they were all
no,
we have
incorrect.
Wash U and UWash. It's great.
I don't know about that.
And then
because you wash us, is
we'll
that why?
have maybe. After that, we'll have Artemis versus Caliber, and then Polystar versus Texas Aimbot. So don't go anywhere. We've got matches after matches. I believe after Texas Aimbots and Polystar, we'll be having a lunch break. You can see the schedule with the breaks at rmcolorado.org.
I'm excited. I think
Austin, can we take a look at the bracket first? Not the bracket, the groups. You know what I'm saying? Take a little peek-see over at the group stage here in a minute.
For some reason, I'm feeling that Torino could take this and make it another split decision.
They sure could.
Especially if they could get that to work, the standard.
If Blue Standard 4 can save themselves enough, just don't die to overpower,
yeah.
I think they're good.
Just don't move. Just kind of be planted turret.
Sure. Yeah, you've got to at least get to your resupply zone. I think if they can move to the resupply zone and then just hang out.
Yeah.
Just shuffle back and forth in the resupply zone. That might work really well. We're looking at matches right now in Group D. So Virginia Tech getting themselves some points, very likely to get out of the group. But the second slot is a little bit less certain. Nagoya is performing quite well. Torino is also in the mix. And Queens also in the mix. All three of these teams, Nagoya, I'd say, has a slight advantage.
I'd say so, too.
But if Torino can take a round off of VT, then I think they'll be in a nice position to try to make it out of groups.
Yeah, it's the Group D. I think it's one of the harder brackets because all the teams seem so very similarly like I don't know about experience, but very similarly like powered, I guess.
Yeah. After that, we're going to go to AR UW versus McNittany over in Group A.
That's University of Washington versus Penn State University.
Correct. That game should go the way of UW. We've seen some crazy upsets, but I don't expect this to be one of them.
I did hear that Penn State has all of their robots working this time around. So,
Heck yeah.
So
you know what? RHIT gave UW a bit of a run for their money. So we'll see if Penn State has been paying attention to the strats and can do the same.
Yeah, we'll see.
After that will be Caliber versus Artemis over in Group C. Excuse me, I keep thinking Artemis as UT. In Group B.
In Group B, because that's Alberta.
Uh-huh.
Alberta versus
Wash U?
NUS.
NUS. Sorry. Yep, Caliber is NUS. NUS, the favorite of Group B. They should not have too much of an issue taking out the University of Alberta. One of the favorites from a couple people for actually the whole tournament.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then we'll be going to Polystar versus Texas Aimbots. Texas A&M has been having some issues in the tournament, but they've been able to clutch it up in most all of their rounds so far. And I don't expect that to change.
Yeah, but I still think that match is going to go in the way of Texas A&M.
Yep.
Just
Group C also very similar to Group D. That first slot pretty well secured now that A&M has defeated SFU.
Oh, and we're getting right into round 2
of Torino versus VT from Group D. Here we go. Torino trying to fight back and get a point here for the groups. 2, 1. Let's go. Keep an eye on the power draw of Blue Standard 4 for Torino. You can see him kind of inching along, indicative of maybe someone doing the tapping method on the keyboard.
It seems that Red Standard 3 is loaded and ready to go.
Both teams doing a good job of purchasing projectiles relatively quickly. Now in the cockpit of Blue Standard 4, as immediately gets thrown into the fire, he's got to engage with Red Standard 3. Virginia Tech versus Torino, off with a bang.
Oh, and Blue Standard 4 just gets depleted.
That's the really tricky thing. If you trigger that barrel heat, your vision goes blurry while you take damage, and so he wasn't able to see where his opponent was, and he was taken out during that portion.
Red Standard 3 is just trying to take some damage off of that
Blue
hero.
Standard 3, though, taking out Red Standard 3. Great job from Torino fighting back. No, sorry.
No, other way around.
Red Standard
other
3.
round. Yeah.
The base now shielded, but exposed.
Essentially
Usually
taking
we don't
2
care
damage.
about that, but for Virginia Tech, they'll just take care of it as their hero loads up 7 projectiles.
I think they're going to start.
Notably, 7 is 1,400 possible damage, so it could get you really close to base damage.
As long as they don't miss.
Virginia Tech now trading at the top with the standards. Blue Standard 3, Blue Standard 4, both very falling very low as Blue Standard 4 is taken out. Virginia Tech really taking more initiative here. Earlier, we saw a bit of a closer early game. Virginia Tech's hero lobbing shots, full shots across the base.
All the way from the resupply zone.
They've hit 2. So note the first one did 200 damage. The second one chipped off the armor panel and only did 5 damage.
Oh, okay. Oh, we can see the base damage in the corner there. I didn't see that. Like the base
yeah,
shield.
The base shield is displayed underneath the base once the base is vulnerable. Torino's Standard 3 back healing up in the base.
Just waiting to buy a little bit more of
There's
ammo.
a lot of gold available. I'm not sure why he hasn't purchased projectiles. I wonder if they're having a projectile launching issue. As
Or
Blue
they
Standard
could have
4 is
forgotten.
thrown back into the fire against Red Standard 3. A strong level advantage for 3, and he will again kill Blue Standard 4.
That's just going to give them a lot of XP and just kind of snowball their
You can
win
see hero
right there.
shots. Look at this full court. You can see from the resupply zone, the hero from Virginia Tech, really close.
It's not as accurate, but they're getting close. They
Yeah,
could,
but if you're healing while you're taking
That's
these
true.
shots, you can sacrifice a bit of accuracy.
and you can instantly buy more ammo when needed because
Yep.
you're right there.
You can just keep spending.
Oh, the hero's moving up a little bit on the
The
red
sentry
side.
for Torino does a good job there again at firing at Red Standard 3. We'll see it again. There it is.
See it again.
Starts launching at Red Standard 3. A couple stray projectiles hitting their own bot, but that's not a big deal. It's doing a great job. Excellent CV from Torino. after this round, remind me, we'll talk about the difference between the CV and the embedded for the Sentry.
All right.
Because that computer vision's working very well.
It is.
Now red standard 3 deciding to engage again with the Sentry and blue standard 4. Red standard 3 really just an integral part of this team. Virginia Tech has found this excellent strategy against teams where they can. Their standard 1v2s, 1v3s, allowing their hero to just sit back and lob full shots. He's hit another, bringing the base shield down to 1090. The auto aim for Virginia Tech engaged from the HUD, you can see there. They're still chewing through the Sentry. This hero strat is really cool, but might honestly be necessary for Virginia Tech. They're not able to take out this Sentry very quickly. Yes, Torino's Sentry is firing back. Yes, it's spinning. They've done a great job on their Sentry, but it's not one of the top 4 Sentries that we've seen in the competition.
Exactly.
Maybe it's probably number 5, to be fair.
Number 5. So it's very important that this strategy for Virginia Tech works, and their aim is on point from the hero, especially from this resupply zone, because that just gives them a crazy advantage and allows them to.
But with 40 seconds left in the game, Blue Standard 3 I think has been taken a little bit out of commission here, and now goes off power. It's really difficult as a balancing standard to get up off of a wall. Your motor torque has to be a little bit higher. Virginia Tech will come in and finish this off, but the game was really close because technically it's still Sentry health. I expect that during this sentence it will go to base damage. There it is. And with 15 seconds left, the hero now able to chunk through. This is a strategy that works really well in groups. They're going to have to find something a little bit more advanced as they progress into knockouts, but it's good enough for now. Virginia Tech, excellent performance, 2-0 versus Torino.
Yeah, it seems that the blue still has a lot of overpower issues. I saw like an overpower on the red right there. On the blue standard 3, the balancing standard as well. Maybe they were just running into a wall, but yeah.
Yeah, so kind
of plagues it.
I'm not sure what the exact issue was, but we saw last year with Torino that if their robot came to a rest against a wall, they had a very, very tough time getting off of that wall, staying in the power limit. This year they've done a better job, and also they've done a better job of not running into the wall. And so I think part of it may have been that in this instance they ended up dying against the wall, which means not only were they up against it, but they lost all power when they died into the wall and maybe slid down and kind of bound a little bit.
Oh, okay.
So the stats here, a more dominant round for Virginia Tech. Really good showing from VT. Loved the Sentry of Torino. Really the star of that match. Let's talk a little bit about it. So when we're in the cockpit, we were able to see, and maybe in the chat and the viewers at home might look at what we saw and say, hey man, that's not aiming very well. Fair. But with the automatic robot like this, you need to split it into 3 categories. You have self-driving. You have the CV, which is the robot identification and armor panel identification.
Yeah.
And then you have the embedded, which is like the aiming based on the information given from CV. And then, as I'm sure you know, the trickiest part, communicating between the 3.
Yes.
Because these are actually happening on different boards. The CV is typically happening on a NVIDIA Jetson Nano or an Orin Nano, some sort of...
It's like a GPU, like graphics card.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a Raspberry Pi with a graphics card attached.
Yeah.
The robot controls are happening on like a RoboMaster dev board, and that's where all the robotic controls are actually coming through, telling them the motors to spin, the wheels to turn, right? Giving those PWM controls out.
So there's like a lot of communication needing to happen between the Jetson and like the RoboMaster control system.
Yeah.
So that allows a lot of complexity to happen. It's very difficult actually because you have all this data, and now you're like, what do I do with this data?
Yep.
For us, it's really easy because we're processing it constantly.
Okay, so easy over here.
Oh no, I meant like for humans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were flexing on everyone.
Oh no.
Gotcha.
For humans, it's very easy because we're processing it constantly. But for robots, I mean, for all Sentries, including ours, it's difficult to process it. We spend a lot of time working on, making sure that we know what to do with all this data, and it's doing the correct thing. Because sometimes, as we saw, you might accidentally lock on to your own base or your own team.
I agree 100%. Yeah. And so in that Torino instance, when we were in the cockpit, that's why I wanted to remark and give credit where credit is due. their computer vision was actually working extremely well. They were identifying robots and firing very well. Nikhil wants to plug his own self. Look at this man. Wow, Nikhil.
Thank you, AR, you dog.
I'm just kidding. AR made them this banner.
Yeah.
You can come and make a sign for your team or maybe your favorite caster, Nikhil, and hold it up during the matches. So props to Torino's CV team. That worked really well. The embedded communication maybe has some issues. They got to aim a little higher, and the PID, it was oscillating a bit, but really, really impressive from Torino. Good showing.
But I'm just saying, that's so great. Like you said, Torino was like more of a recent team, right? Like a newer team?
They've done 1v1 for 2 or 3 years, but this is only their second year trying 3v3.
Which is crazy because I can see it. Like next year, if they don't make it out of the group stage here, next year they're going to be lethal. Yeah. I can just know it.
Well, and I mean, all teams except for the host have to travel.
Yeah, that's true.
But driving your robots here or shipping your robots here from Texas or something versus getting everything here from Italy is a different story.
Yeah.
Right? And then also all of the UIs being in English, it does provide a certain amount of barrier, right? So they are accelerating, they're growing, they're getting so much better so fast, and it's very, very impressive. But when we look at that team, right, with some of the more international North American teams competing in RMNA at least, it is important to remember like what they're doing is super impressive, also in a non-native language, also after flying like 13 hours to get everything here, right? There's a jet lag there that I'm 1 hour off my time zone and it's already bothersome.
Me too.
I'm hungry. It's noon in Texas.
I'm hungry too.
I would like lunch.
Please.
But it's not lunchtime.
It's not lunchtime.
It's robot time.
It's I love robot time.
Robot time. We're going to have AR UW versus McKitney, and then Caliber versus Artemis, and then Texas Aimbots versus Polystar, and then lunch.
Yeah. And while we wait for this field to be set up, we have a lot of people in the crowd. Do you want to do another merch toss?
Heck yeah. Yeah, throw them. Do one of the bags.
Where's the bag?
The flight bags. The white one right on top on the left. If you're here in person, hey, thanks for hanging out. Come get some free merch. Make sure you get the paid merch as well from CU. Help support the competition. Just chuck it. You don't have to wait for me to tell you to chuck it. Do some throwy things. Almost hits a guy in the field. Love that. Love that.
Okay. We should
if you're online, if you're joining us from Twitch and YouTube, thanks for being here. Hey, there's the crowd. It's mostly UW right now in between matches.
Maybe we should wait until we're about to start.
Hey, it's us. I don't know where the camera is. I'm waving. Oh, look at that. Producer Austin has it.
Hello.
Hello.
You can see our green screen.
Wow. Look at the love for Brian from AR UW.
I love Brian, too. Brian is great.
Wow. And some love for Robert H. And some love from Nikhil. I love that all the signs so far.
And some love for Sumaid as well.
Heck yeah. I love that all the signs are so far for individual people. It's great. A lot of team support. Woo! Look at that. I shouldn't cheer into a mic. Sorry about that, headphone gang. All right, the robots are getting pulled on around. Hopefully, we should be starting in just a few minutes. Chat, we're going to kick to a Be Right Back screen for just 2 minutes. Nikhil and I are going to grab some water and maybe swap out a commentator or two for our next 3 rounds.
All right.
我觉得他们能够仅仅的是从喜欢变成热爱这个过程，实际上这就是一个很大的成长。
大家好，我是 RoboMaster 组委会规则组的代表，今天就由我来为大家介绍一下 RoboMaster 超级对抗赛2024赛季的规则改动。这就是 RoboMaster 2024赛季机甲大师超级对抗赛的比赛场地。24赛季对于场地的主要修改在于修改了场地的拓扑结构。不难看出，在保留了中央主要通路的同时，红蓝方环形高地内部 各自打通了一条狭窄的隧道。这条隧道直接连接了双方的基地区和中央荒地区。隧道可以通行的尺寸略小于步兵机器人的初始尺寸。也就是说，如果机器人本身足够小型化，或者具有变形等等足以通过狭窄隧道的能力，那么队伍在进攻的时候就可以利用这条通路，显著缩短自身队伍的补给。
Hey guys, thank you so much. Full transparency, I left my water bottle at a different table, and I cannot talk for more than like 2 hours without water right now. So, and got one water bottle and got one Isaac for free.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
the
here.
green shirt totally works just fine with the green screen.
Oh, yeah, wow. I didn't even realize that.
You're not chromed
Great.
out. You could get the blue colorway. You can get the green colorway never seen before on stream because we were worried it would make us look like headless monsters. And there's also a third gray colorway that I have an example of right here. You can pick them up at the venue. They're awesome. They've got your team on the back. I promise. It's there. And they have stickers.
Stickers. We've got
RoboMaster
merch. We've got
Colorado.
earrings. I'll bring some earrings up one day.
Yeah, I think Kitty wore them on stream previously.
Nice.
They have been showcased wonderfully.
Amazing.
Chat, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. If you haven't hit the follow button, we're now at 696. If we can hit 700 today, that'd be big hype. If your teammates don't know where they can be watching the stream, make sure they know. Even if right now you all watch on one guy's laptop, eventually you'll all graduate, and June will come around, and you'll be like, oh, man, I wonder if our team's robot finally works.
Yeah.
And you will want to know where to watch, and that's how you'll know.
That's here.
Mash follow. RoboMaster NA on Twitch, RoboMaster North America on YouTube. Okay, so VT versus Torino. Great game. Torino's Sentry was really impressive.
That was great. Shooting back.
Yeah. They had some issues with power overdraw on both of their bots.
Yeah.
It's been a struggle that we've seen for some of the teams this year, especially with the bump being level 1. Getting out of there without dying is tough.
Yeah, but you can do it. I heard one of our volunteers advised teams to turn off their power limiting just while they go over the bump and then regen their health back in the regen zone. That's a great idea.
It is.
I think a lot of teams have actually started doing that.
Yeah, I've noticed that more teams without changing robot design, more teams have found ways to get over the bump.
Yeah.
So probably things of that nature.
Yeah, I saw Rose Holman taking their robots, turning them upside down, shaving off all the bolts, and then putting slippery material on the bottom so they can kind of just skid across like a surfboard.
Yeah, reducing that friction is really going to help as well.
Yeah.
So next up, we do have AR UW versus McKitney in Group A. Should go the way of AR UW, but RHIT, the team we were just talking about, showed us that some of these younger teams can bring the heat, even to UW.
Absolutely. And, Mech, remind me what school Mech is? I think they've had some mechanical troubles, so when there's issues like that, you never know. If they fix those things, they can always just kick into gear at any moment.
Yeah, when you're talking about traditional sports or esports, and you talk about a team's floor and ceiling, they're pretty fixed.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're not going to take an esports player and be like, whoa, they're like 200% better than they were last week. Same thing in traditional sports, right? The changes are very incremental on the roof and the floor. In a robotics competition like this, because the robots are built by the teams, there's potential for it to be huge shifts match to match. If you get your CV working, boom, your ceiling just doubles, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you show up and now, like, I don't know, you're the head of your hero pops off, right? Or like your yaw stops working, you burn out a motor or something where now we've seen in the past some pitch motors get busted and teams will duct tape the pitch in one locked position. Now they can't look up and down.
Yep.
Your floor drops. You now have a basement, right? So as you're saying, teams that are having those mechanical issues where that floor may have been really low in previous matches, if they got stuff fixed, it might raise up quite a bit.
Absolutely. So anything can happen. I'm excited to see what new features we see from both of these teams. AR UW has also had some troubles of their own.
They have.
Their Sentry is supposed to do more than it currently does, as I hear. So we might get to see that this match as well, which is very exciting.
Dude, y'all's Sentry was doing more than it needs to, in good ways and funny ways. We were chatting on stream about how difficult it's going to be for any team to be able to contest an aggressive Sentry that fast.
It's
because
pretty hard.
I think even UW and, like, probably one of the fastest robot teams. They've got their super caps. They're able to do stuff, right? They're pretty speedy. Because of the Sentry's nature and its power draw limits and its projectile starting loaded and purchased, you're able to get over there with quite an advantage. Unless their Sentry can beat your Sentry in Sentry combat, right, it's really tough to deal with.
The saving grace is that you can reload pretty much as much health as you want while you're sitting in the reload zone. So if you can get there and stay there, it's pretty much impossible for the Sentry to kill it. As we saw in the last CU match, the Sentry was pretty much just constantly shooting a hero that was sitting in the reload zone, and it wasn't able to do any significant damage whatsoever.
Will the Sentry damage dealt count towards the XP for the team, though?
It does, though. It does. So the robots are leveling up.
It's like an XP farm.
Yeah, it is an XP farm. It's exactly an XP farm. So the robots are leveling up, and you are kind of locking a team into like staying trapped in this pen.
Isaac, we have a question in chat that is perfect for you being here. They would like to know if they can buy merch from home, and if so, if there's like a website they can go to or something to purchase merch.
It's a great question. You can email curobotics@colorado.edu, and I will try and get some merch to you. Again, that is curobotics@colorado.edu. I can make it happen. Absolutely.
Cool. Very cool. If you are a fan of a team, if you have friends or family on our team, reminder that you can also have them purchase some for you and bring it back to your state or your place.
Yep. But yeah, we've got about a minute left here before we see PSU versus UW. Both teams mostly set up. I don't see much stress. Everyone's kind of just chilling. We do see on the PSU side there is some controller checking going on. And then on the AR UW side, they have little note cards that tell the drivers what to test. So right now they're showing flywheels. They run the flywheels, and then the guy gives a thumbs up, and they're ready to move on to the next thing. That's a very efficient way to make sure all your robots are functioning, that you don't have any issues. Here we go. They're going to grab an armor plate, and they're going to move it around to make sure that their robot's auto tracking is working, which it looks like it is. So, yeah, it looks like both teams are all ready to go. 13 seconds left. The teams are spinning. Let's see how fast they can get to the base, and let's see if these sentries are able to be active and, you know, do some potential field crossing of the halfway.
We're diving right in. Referee system initialization. I've been so impressed. Just, again, it's really, I hope you guys have watched some old RMNA so that you have a good gauge for how impressive all these teams are. The fact that we could dive into all these matches so fast, stick to the schedule, speaks volumes. Holy smokes.
And there goes the super cap from UW, using as much power as they want to just get to the reload zone immediately. That is a death on the PSU side. Not sure what that was for.
Yeah, so it wasn't killed by a robot, so it's going to have some sort of module issue or a, whoa.
And UW's just going to run in. No problems there.
You can see now UW, you see the advantage of Beyblading. We talk a lot about doing that spin to win. You can see how difficult it is for them, even with their great, very accurate robots, to hit armor panels.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not a very fast spinning bot either.
The robots that are standing still are not having much trouble, but then the robots that are spinning do cause them some trouble. I'll also note that this UW robot isn't actually firing many projectiles very fast.
Hey,
trying to conserve its
this
ammo.
HUD is super cool. So at the top, you see this buy ammo indicator, so that when the robot starts to get low, you get a little readout of text on the right-hand side that shows you your projectile allowance. But it's nice they have a flashing light that goes off, telling them, hey, man, you need to go back.
Yep.
It's going to help their pilots a lot.
Yeah. And that's super important. Situational awareness is always what you need in these matches.
Yeah, AR UW, Blue Standard 4, really getting work done here. Kill after kill, double kill coming across as they turn their attention back to the Sentry, chewing through it. 200 HP left, 150 as the hero for UW, not even waiting for that shield to fall, just trying to get things dialed in. Taking the Virginia Tech route.
This is a halfway map lineup, so they're standing in a known position and are trying to lob 42s into the base.
I don't. It's very impressive, but since we just watched a Virginia Tech game where they were literally hitting the shots from their resupply zone, right? It really highlights how impressive that is from Virginia Tech. UW,
Yeah.
one of these great teams, struggling to hit from half court.
Yeah.
They haven't actually landed one, but they will succeed in taking down the Sentry for PSU, and they'll be able to now take closer shots if they want.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what they decide.
Penn State's at a disadvantage, but it doesn't matter with these close shots because UW's infantry can fire all the way across the map from their home side wall into the enemy base, which is about 6 or 7 meters.
Exactly. In these group stages, when you have such an advantage like UW has right now, you're not really worried about the points going the other way. And so they're not going to run up and just chunk it out. As you just saw, they're taking the first period of time to kind of dial in those shots, make sure their hash marks in their HUD are where they want.
Yeah.
PSU firing back, dying to some barrel heat, but I'm glad they're firing.
Yeah. No, it's kind of a practice match, to be honest, for some of these teams that are knowing that they're at a good advantage going in. They can test things that may or may not actually work.
Hey, Great Sushi, thanks for watching. From UW, he says his brother's at UW. They're currently winning. Hard
yeah.
yes. Yep, they're winning this one.
Very dominant.
Round one will almost assuredly go the way of the University of Washington. They're doing quite well in their group. If you tell me your brother's name, I will shout him out incessantly.
That's a double kill from the standard of UW, using that auto aim to take out 2 robots at once, and that is a very commanding victory from the blue side of the University of Washington.
University of Washington takes round one. Look at that awesome field now that we have for each of these victory matches. One of Isaac's brainchilds. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm glad the lighting is working. That's one of my favorite ideas that we've
9
had.
kills might be a record so
wow.
far for
my
the
goodness.
tournament.
That is definitely a record. That is impressive. So when a robot gets eliminated, it goes down and it takes a while to come back up. And the more it dies, the longer it takes that robot to come back online. And so to get more kills is sort of an uphill battle. You get diminishing returns because the enemy robots are just dead for so long, you can't actually kill them again.
Billy from Twitch chat wants to know if AR UW is going to RMUC. I don't think AR UW is going to China this year. I'm staring at some University of Washington students. Yeah, they're not going to China this year. Those robots are quite impressive, though. I can see why you're asking. Shout-outs to Robert H. from UW from the chat. Oh, yeah, and then audience shout-outs to Robert as well. Look at that. Lots of love from the UW crowd. Hey, some funny signs from Texas A&M in the crowd. It says, don't lose your head. Nice callback to University of Washington kind of decapitating themselves.
That's amazing. Yeah, so earlier in the tournament, the University of Washington had a practice match where their hero robot, which is the robot that shoots golf balls, ran into a wall pretty hard and decapitated itself, fell on its side. But they were able to fix it super quickly. I talked to the team members. They were like, oh, it's no sweat. This is a really easy fix. We kind of knew this would happen. And so their hero's back and obviously very functional, taking out the base super efficiently when it got up close. Unfortunately, not able to land those long shots, even from halfway, which is probably something we might see them dial in this next match. Try and get the right angle, get those lineups going. But I guess we'll see.
All right, YouTube chat. I now have y'all up as well. Okay, the love is there. Yes, I do take most of the opportunities to flame UW because they just win every year. Okay, someone has to keep a semblance of humility there. This might not be the case this year. CU's looking very competitive. UW's looking good. They are doing great. I don't want to take that away from UW. Every year they come and compete so well.
Yeah.
Big cheers from the crowd. They do an amazing job. All of their robots looking really, really nice.
Yeah, I think CU and UW are the teams that can really compete for the trophy. There's other teams, dark horses maybe, but I would not be surprised if our final match in the 3v2 tournament at least is between UW and CU. We do have these very nice custom trophies made for us by Dylan from the CU manufacturing team. He spent a lot of time machining these custom aluminum trophies, and only one team can take them home. There's no second place trophy. There's just one. So
really interesting things we can see here from the HUD of the University of Washington. They have several different firing options. You can see a fire rate selection, so they can choose 10 hertz, 20 hertz, single fire, a full auto and a maximum full auto there.
Wow.
This is going to help for several things. One is barrel heat, right? It's going to allow you a lot of what UW has done super well is this behind the scenes action. It makes it easier to be a UW driver. You're not as worried about dying to barrel heat because you can modulate what holding down the button of your mouse does.
Yeah.
You can change it so that when you're freaking out and you're dying and you're trying to fight this opponent, you could just mash buttons and it still works out really well. We already talked about the buy ammo reminders, right? A lot of these things that come with experience, UW has kind of helped a shortcut for their drivers. So props to the University of Washington for that. Their team is here giving lots of cheering and support, and obviously from the caster's desk, I do love the underdog stories that we get each year. But the University of Washington is the central pillar of RMNA.
And what's amazing is that at this point, this is their fourth year in RMNA. They've won all 3 previous years. At this point, the squad that is running University of Washington is completely different from the squad that won that first year.
That's right.
And so it's sort of a dynasty of teams where they have a great, method of developing robots and maintaining a dominant performance. Obviously, some other teams have caught up, but we've also seen many teams be very performant and then fall off once other members graduate.
Yeah,
and that's not happened with UW, which is very impressive.
Penn State, obviously having some mechanical struggles, but again, fielding all 3 bots, which is really impressive. Each bot mechanically looking very sound. We're not seeing things fall apart, right? They're doing pretty good. They've got a small technical timeout here as they work on was probably Red Standard 4.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So Penn State is one of the teams that has 2 standards, which means they are able to put out more 17mm projectiles overall, and that might help them with the robot v robot fight. But it's a disadvantage in that they can't really do any effective damage to the base. And against a good team that's going to have a hero that's going to try and get rid of the base well before the match timer hits 0, that is a deal breaker.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. Penn State versus the University of Washington, round 2 in our A group.
And we see that super cap from UW utilized again to get their standard
yeah,
right into the center of the field already within 15 seconds, has
like
ammo.
Red Standard 4 maybe having some sort of referee system issue or module offline. Module offline, there it is. Red Standard 3 able to res in the resupply zone. Hopefully they just kind of stay there for a little bit. Obviously it's not a very winnable position, but it will allow them to contest a little bit longer.
Yeah, they can mostly survive bunkered in that area and maybe take some time.
If you're the captain of a team, I believe PSU's captain could eject Red Standard 4, correct?
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter at this point.
I think it does. I think every time it dies to module offline, you're going to be funneling XP.
Well, I don't know. It's an active match, so we shouldn't be interfering.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
The UW standard makes quick work of the PSU standard that is bunkering. Didn't quite utilize the healing factor as much as it could have by staying out. And now look at that XP on the UW side. They have a level 10 infantry in less than a minute and a half.
Yep. Yeah, the level lead is severe. You can see the XP coming across from the central buff point and from that module offline Red Standard 4. PSU's Red Standard 3 still active here. Now level 3, they're going to have a bit more leeway with their module with their chassis power as they drive around, try to contest.
And UW has found a lineup from the center of the map to fire their 42mm projectiles at the base, which is going to be a big advantage for them in later matches.
Red Standard 3 from PSU trading with AR UW, a large level advantage, so they do die in that fight, but glad to see them, taking the prerogative there and deciding to, go all out.
They're not going to go down without a fight.
Exactly.
And it looks like UW is just avoiding the sentry altogether, going straight for the base, opting to take down the shield that sits around the base. They have to do 1,500 damage in order to even do any damage to the base whatsoever, but they make quick work of that with their hero. now taking the base down to 1,000 health.
Very true. Twitch chat, Penn State is from Pennsylvania, UW is from the state of Washington. We do have a team from Japan competing in the competition, I believe Nagoya. We've got a team from Singapore. We don't actively have any teams competing from China, as they have their own regions for RMUC and RMUL.
And now we've seen the blue hero from the University of Washington reach max level, which means it can fire as many projectiles as it wants, as long as it can afford them, which it has 7 of. So here we have a lineup from UW. Going to use these 7 projectiles, hopefully on the base, to take it down. They're going to use this opportunity to learn where their hero can hit the base, and so they're going to do some exploring of the center of the map.
They sure are. Yeah, UW, just like round 1, using this opportunity once they have established a significant game lead to just do some target practice, make sure they've got their pilots dialed in, and get ready for that knockout stage that they will assuredly be going to. I think they've pretty much locked their points with this match so that they will be making it out of groups.
Yep. Absolutely. I'm a little confused to see why the hero didn't finish off the base, but it might still just be doing that exploring, looking at things. The standard is making quick work of the sort of rebellion from PSU trying to come back here, and it's just gonna, take down the working PSU robot and go to the base and make some rotations.
PSU, Red Standard 3, by himself in this round, doing all that he can, frankly. He's doing a good job of fighting near his resupply zone. He's now level 8. He's able to make it back to his base pretty much every time in that fight. But AR UW will take down the dub. Round 2 complete. All 3 points for the match going their way. That's going to pretty much cement their group's run for the tournament and mean that they will be progressing to the knockout stage.
Unsurprising result.
Yeah, I think this may be the first time I've seen over 4,000 damage in an RMNA match this year. We've seen some high 37s coming across from like your UWs and your CUs.
Yeah.
But 4,300 damage without a sentry projectile, I think.
True.
I don't think their sentry was forced to fire. As PSU stayed pretty much on their side of the base.
But that's what happens when you stall it out. You go for the base, you
Yeah.
kill a robot as many times as you can. You're going to inflate your damage numbers quite a bit. You don't need 4,000 damage to win a game, but it is very impressive to show that they have the reliability and confidence to be drawing out a game like that.
Very, very true. Congratulations to the University of Washington. I'm really excited. We should be seeing UW versus CU pretty soon. I don't know if it's today or
It's at
tomorrow.
6:30.
6:30 today. So don't lose the stream. Make sure you guys have the follow or the subscribe clicked based on the platform that you're on, so that you can come on back at 6:30 p.m. and check that out. Before that, though, we have a full day of matches lined up. We should have, I believe, one more match before lunch. Many question marks. Boom! There it is. So we just watched AR UW. We are now should be having Caliber at NUS versus Artemis from University of Alberta.
That's going to be a great one. Caliber is an amazing team, so I'm excited to see what they pull out.
They went 1-1 with the University of Washington in the 1v1 standard confrontation.
Yeah. Their fire rate is unmatched. I think it shoots well above 20 hertz.
So let's chat just for a second about that.
Yeah.
So the top tier teams start getting really into the weeds. Once you have base robot functionality, you start worrying about the nitty-gritty details, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these younger teams are worried about making the robot launch projectiles at a rate that doesn't kill them.
Mm-hmm.
The teams that are more established and have starting robots at the beginning of the year start to worry about things like, am I firing projectiles too fast?
Because you can do that.
Yes, you can. There's a refresh rate on the armor panel.
But it's a little more complicated than just the refresh rate.
Right. So that's what I want to dive into a little bit, because NUS is firing so fast, and it seems to be pretty stinking effective.
It can be better than firing at 20 hertz. And so the reason is, well, first of all, for context, a robot can only take damage at 20 hertz. So that means they can only take damage 20 times a second. Every time a robot is hit with a projectile, it is essentially locked out from taking damage for 50 milliseconds.
Yeah, this is pretty common in video games.
Yep. And so that means when a robot hits a shot, any other shot that hits the armor plates in those 50 milliseconds is not actually going to do anything. No damage will be registered. And so you would think, straight ahead, that you would want to only shoot at 20 hertz and never faster, because 20 hertz means every bullet, every projectile hits the target and deals damage. No more, no less. Very efficient. The issue with that is twofold. Number one, robots are moving, robots are chaotic. And so if something's spinning, you have a very specific window to hit your shot, and you have to hit every single shot in that window. And so shooting faster, although, yes, some of them are not going to actually be effective and do anything, it does give you confidence that you're utilizing that window to its fullest extent. So you don't have any time in between where there are no shots being hit.
Hey, Austin, when our camera's this laggy, can we just go to groups or something? That way it's not quite as distracting. Just throw to the groups page. There we go. Sorry about that, chat.
And then there is one more part.
Yeah, sure.
Another reason you want to shoot faster, though, which is really important, is that mechanical systems aren't perfectly consistent.
Yep.
So it's not going to shoot at exactly 20 hertz. Sometimes it might be shooting at 20.1. Sometimes it might be shooting at 19.9. So even if you're shooting at exactly 20, you might get a situation where two projectiles actually hit in the same window, and so one of them is useless. And so shooting faster means you are actually refreshing that window faster.
Yeah. No, and just to add on to that, right? We've been watching a lot of these. We've been watching a lot of these rounds, a lot of these matches. I think also firing at that higher rate is giving them XP. I don't think there's a refresh rate on the XP you gain from launching projectiles.
There's not. Yeah.
And so what we've been seeing from NUS is not only that high damage, but they've been starting that super early.
Yeah.
They get that first kill, and then they kind of just go full bore, firing as fast as they can.
Yeah.
And then it snowballs very quickly if you can't shut it down. They start leveling up faster, then they start firing even faster. And
yeah.
Next thing you know, they are melting a full base with a standard, which is not something that we've seen from many other teams.
Yeah. That is a very unique strategy. I don't think I've really seen anyone try it, but I had never thought of the XP thing, so...
It's working pretty good for them this year. If you watch some of their matches so far, they've consistently, they just go up. It's a first kill, maybe a sentry, and then they just unload.
Yep.
And it starts to snowball pretty well. Hao Yi in the YouTube chat, thank you so much for being here. It says, hello from Singapore. Saw the NUS team doing prep for the tournament. Super dedicated to their robots and making the most of the time to drill their synergy. Strongly rooting for them. Thank you so much for watching from Singapore right now. Really appreciate that. The shout-outs to NUS are also appreciated. These teams are trying their best, and any encouragement from home is really, really nice.
Yeah, I love to see teams from or team members from teams who didn't make it out to the tournament in person, but show up to the Twitch chat and are rooting the teams on. It really does go a long way for the teams to see their friends helping them out and wishing them well. We try and make it a great experience for everyone watching. We'll give you our best, and
Shout-outs
thank you for
to
tuning
Jason from NUS. First time out of the country, here competing in Colorado.
Wow.
Welcome to America. Welcome to RMNA. This is awesome.
Great place to visit.
Hey, someone in Twitch chat says, what game is this? I'm new. Thank you so much for being here. I will explain it to you now. Let's switch to the top field view, and so that way I can kind of give you an overview of how RoboMaster's RMUL works. All right, so there are two teams. This is going to be the University of Alberta versus Singapore. Each team will field 3 robots. 2 of those robots will be driven keyboard and mouse by the students. All robots are built by the students of these universities. They're coded by the students of these universities. The third robot that will be starting in those red and blue boxes on either side of the field will be completely autonomous. The objective of the game is to destroy the other team's base. If you're unable to destroy the other team's base by the end of the allotted round time, the objective is to deal more damage to the base than the other player. If you have tied base health, then it's sentry health. So those are the kind of objectives, the autonomous bot. Those are kind of the objectives of the game. The resupply zone in the top left-hand side of your screen right now with the red wrench and screwdriver, robots can go there to regen their health and to purchase in-game projectiles with the in-game currency. So there are physical projectiles these bots will be firing at one another. If they hit armor panels, they will do simulated damage. I always like to say during the semester, it's a robotics competition, and by the time it's the summer, it's an esport. And so the robots level up and gain experience for kills and time, and there's gold, and it plays out kind of like robotic League of Legends. It's a whole heck of a lot of fun. I hope you'll stick around for the Alberta versus NUS match. Welcome back, Steven, to the desk.
Thank you, Preston. Thank you. It's good to be here finally. I've been over there in the 1v1, and we've had some exciting matches. I've been able to look over here at the 3v3, and I've seen just the level of competition this year. It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is. We've seen absolute upsets. We've seen some crazy good performance. We've seen aggressive sentries. We've seen a wide variety of successful autonomous defensive sentries.
I saw the other day we had a match where 2 sentries were working.
Yeah, we had a full 6-crew match, which is becoming more common.
Love to see that.
I think by the time we get to knockouts, that's going to be most games.
What is your prediction for knockouts? Like, what is the current meta that you see coming forward at RMNA 2024?
What? Each year, I'm thoroughly just impressed and amazed by the innovation of each of these robotics teams. I think in addition to the innovation I see with the robots, the innovation with the strategy this year has really just popped off. I have no idea which one will work once they meet up. Right now, each group has 2 to 3 really successful teams.
Yeah.
And those teams are using different strats. I'm interested to see, for example, UW versus CU this evening. CU has this crazy aggressive sentry strat, while UW has a more traditional...
It's more methodical.
Yeah. Their standard does their robot combat, their hero does their base damage, and their sentry does defense. As it's written.
It's
right?
very cut and dry. But if it's not broken, why fix it? And I think that's going to be a marquee matchup. We'll definitely see those 2 teams go on later tonight. But right now, we've got U of A versus NUS, Team Artemis versus Team Caliber. And you know me, I'm a NUS fanatic. I was cheering for them all last year, even against my own alma mater, A&M. So I got a little flack for that. But NUS has just increased their level of skill and their engineering capabilities, even from last year, to a whole nother degree.
Their ceiling is extremely high. Extremely high. We have seen a few issues with some of their other bots early, but their standard is just so good they kind of can go the Texas A&M route, where if they're having other issues with their bots, their standard can carry the match. So I do assume that they will get out of groups. They have been performing very, very well. I know in 1v1s that standard's also been a menace.
I would argue it's the #1 standard at RMNA this year.
Well, you have the opportunity to objectively demonstrate if that's true or not. Reminder that if you're watching remotely or in person, you can check out the 1v1 matches on YouTube at RoboMaster North America. We're streaming 3v3 and 1v1 there. Let's see, some questions in the chat. They said, I remember NUS didn't have CV last year. Did they get the CV working this year?
Well, I believe they actually did have it working last year, but it was kind of off and on. If you'll remember, they actually shot at the announcers.
Shot at the red
because there was a blue banner or something hanging behind us.
So NUS did have minimal functionality CV, we'll call it, last year.
I think they turned it off at the caster request.
Yes.
We did not want to get peppered with those little 17mm.
But we're currently in the cockpit. We were just in the cockpit of the Red Sentry for the side of Alberta, and you can see that scanning pattern. I do think that NUS's Sentry will be online. We'll know in about 35 seconds.
It'll be very interesting to see, and I think, like you said, different groups have different strategies that they use. NUS, definitely a very standard-focused team, but we saw that last year with Tamu. It can get you all the way to the finals.
It can get you quite far. So both of these teams running a hero standard team composition. Clearing the field with 5 seconds left to go. University of Alberta looking pretty good mechanically. NUS looking really scary with that firing rate. Keep your eye on their standards projectile launch rate. It's crazy. The number of projectiles per second that they get out, unmatched so far in the competition.
All right, and we're starting in
3, 2, 1.
Match start.
University of Alberta. Their standard getting across the bump with no problem. So does their hero. Great job. Both teams in that resupply zone. The ammo purchase. I love the split screen. It highlights how coordination is so important. Both teams getting those projectiles, a pretty even split.
And already the NUS standard taking some shots at that Artemis Sentry.
That was such a sneaky little position too. It'll now switch over to engaging versus this red standard 3. A very even trade there. But notably, that damage that it dealt to the Sentry giving level 2 early over to NUS.
Firing back.
Artemis a slight level disadvantage.
Ooh, some
oh
overheat
my
there.
word. NUS now level 7.
With
the
the
number of
first
projectiles
blood.
that they're firing is insane. The double kill coming across, and now level 8 for their standard. This is exactly what we were talking about with Isaac
happening.
just before.
Once they get that standard up in levels, it can just snowball and carry the game by itself. An excellent testament to the engineering by University of Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore, I hope they can get that Sentry working. Based on its stagnant positioning, I'm going to assume its CV is not currently functional.
I also do not see it spinning. I hope that's just an intentional code issue.
Blue
that
standard 3 continue to be a menace on the field, now level 7.
Coming behind the Artemis hero.
The hero for NUS, landing the hero shots onto the Sentry. Excellent job. That's not something we see all the time. The hero usually reserves its ammunition for base shots, but able to take out the Sentry extremely quickly. NUS Team Caliber will be able to move onto the base of the University of Alberta.
And perhaps they're showcasing that, hey, their hero is not just a base destroyer like UW. It can also destroy opponents' robots.
Hey, Glitter, glad you're enjoying the match. Thanks for being here in Twitch chat.
Artemis doing a good job, at least protecting their base.
They are putting up quite a fight here.
They're
The
taking
Red
kind of a
Standard
defensive
3
stance.
needs to get back into the resupply zone and heal.
Especially
Body
with
blocking
Nuss
at
coming
one
in.
shot is not the move. And now NUS taking this longer range positioning with their hero.
And landing 1, 2. Missing 2. Hitting 3.
So when you fire hero projectiles back to back, your flywheels actually transfer quite a bit of momentum into those golf balls based on their mass. And so that second projectile will typically hit quite a bit lower than the first.
And was
should have been a
shooting
yellow
blind?
card, I believe, or just a VTM issue for the hero of NUS. It's like perhaps it's a VTM issue. Alberta, with an opportunity here, we'll see if they're able to seize the moment or if they let it slip away.
They've done a little bit of damage to the NUS Sentry. You can see it's only at 480 health now.
I believe this is, the hero for NUS has a module offline. As previously stated,
Oh,
that means
man.
it's going to just serial die, giving XP over to the side of University of Alberta. 2 minutes left to go. If you're NUS, I think you should just go finish off the base. This is going to get a little scary if they don't.
They need to move on to the base. If that hero revives and gets some ammo, it can destroy that Sentry very quickly.
The standard also in threat here, but NUS putting on a show with this projectile launching rate. Securing an ace. Chewing through.
Just
I pause every time it does
stream.
that because it's so loud here in the venue. Absolute masterclass of projectile firing rate as they have 1 shot left, 5 health. There it is. NUS takes round 1.
And not just the accuracy, but the precision of that NUS standard. You saw all those bullets were in a straight line.
Yeah. All those projectiles making an absolute laser towards the target. Hopefully NUS able to get that module figured out. Module issues can range from very, very easy, like a little connector got unplugged between one of your armor panels or something.
Bump into a wall too hard.
Sure. To extremely difficult, like your PMM is shorting out and you're having, absolute issues on the guts of your robot.
Well, I know the last year that NUS had a couple of standard issues or heroes issues, intermittently throughout the competition, but they had one member on their team that would just come in with a laptop, fix everything, they'd be good as new.
So this was one of those NUS, one of these NUS rounds that I was mentioning earlier where they kind of are a one robot team. Their Sentry wasn't moving. Their hero, unfortunately, was doing quite well. Actually took out the Sentry. It's not fair to call this a one robot game, as the hero did have a large impact. just had that module issue later.
They definitely need to get that Sentry operational and that hero locked in, because we saw it last year with A&M against NUS. If their standard ever goes down, they can cripple the entire team.
Yes, yes. This is still groups. So just a friendly reminder, this is the groups stage of the tournament. So NUS is in a fine place here. They're going to get points, full point values for taking these wins. They have a whole day, maybe a day and a half from now, to get those robots fully functional. But by the time they get into knockouts, they will need more than one bot to contest against the likes of TAMU, UW, CU, maybe even an R-Hit, depending on how R-Hit continues to increase their performance throughout the weekend.
I was going to say, let's pump the brakes on TAMU a little bit. They're a one-robot team as well right
now. They
now.
are, yeah. They have the same exact advice, right? Both of those teams have got to get it figured out before knockout stage.
But we have seen these engineers, when given enough time, they can almost accomplish anything.
They're never given enough time, and they still figure it out. All right, Alberta's Sentry looks really good. Mechanically, these robots look fantastic.
I'm really impressed with a lot of these younger teams. Preston, I mean, the time that it takes to develop 3 robots, it cannot be understated.
Yeah.
And for these younger teams with minimal resources, to get 3 robots up and running here at RMNA, just a testament to the tenacity and to the passion of these engineers.
Very, very true. Hey, chat, if you are hanging out with us in Twitch chat, please hit the follow button. That way you know when we go live each day. And then if you're on a team right now, once you're an alum, you can keep hanging out in the chat, looking at your team, see where they go, see how much they can progress. If you're on YouTube, you know how it is. Same thing. Grab that subscribe button. That way you don't miss any of the 3v3 or the 1v1 content. Thanks for hanging out with us online.
All right, we're in the cockpit there with that Alberta Sentry. I love how they had the VTM kind of off to the side so you could see the speed monitor going up and down, pitching up, searching in that pattern right there, trying to just lock onto a robot. I haven't seen them lock onto a robot yet, but hopefully as the competition progresses, they'll be able to figure that out and get, you know, just another robot in the field that can help defend their base.
Yeah. Oh, you do. We see a lot of spinning robots in RoboMasters. You don't typically want to see the gimbal spinning with the chassis.
With the robot.
You're going to make the driver sick.
I'll tell you what I've seen. Some of those bouncing standards, when they start spinning and they run over a 17 millimeter and they start wobbling.
3, 2, 1. Round 2 of Alberta versus NUS. The hero for NUS
still not leaving the
Still having
base.
some issues. Yeah, it was doing that weird spinning, and now it's moving the wrong way.
He's kind of in that near corner there, tucked away behind the blue base.
University of Alberta doing a good job here. Both of their robots getting loaded up. In the cockpit of that blue hero, seems probably a
University of
wheel
Alberta
issue,
doing some
if I had
damage
to guess.
the NUS Sentry.
Doesn't
You
look
see
like
the
he's able
Sentry
to
health
turn.
is tied right now.
Alberta, they have a good chance here. The red robot kind of taking an angled approach, firing a little bit
Alberta
low, but dealing a significant amount of damage.
Taking the lead against NUS, but NUS coming right back with their standard.
Man, how do they do it? NUS always has the level advantage. But the Sentry now for Artemis falling very, very low, and it will go down. That being the first blood is devastating, as NUS will just move straight on over. NUS on the blue side, their Sentry still at 300 HP. Alberta keeping this one closer.
Red Standard 3 at level 5. Hopefully they can contend with this NUS standard as it starts laying into the red base.
That will probably be a...
Knocking
I don't even
off
know.
One of the panels? I have never seen that before.
That was wild. You're not supposed to break the armor panels. It's supposed to be simulated damage. Simulated.
And now the NUS hero spinning.
NUS's standard continues to rule the roost. Fighting here now, very valiant from the University of Alberta, trading back and forth, dealing some damage onto that standard, but 4 levels down, that's a really tough ask.
It's so hard.
They're able to make it back to their base without dying. They did a good job. They were able to contest long enough
They're
that
playing really
NUS
well.
had to retreat and purchase more simulated projectiles. NUS's hero, obviously not able to get out of the base this time, having some sort of drive issue. But notably not a module offline issue. If they were serial dying, they would be giving over XP.
I'm going to assume it's just a wiring issue. Maybe a wire got pinched somewhere.
Another fight here breaking out between the two standards. NUS versus Artemis. NUS winning that standard confrontation.
And now turning onto the hero, trying to push them away, and then moving across to deal more damage to the red base.
NUS moving back to the base. Shooting at an angle is a bit of an issue, but most of those projectiles still dealing full damage. NUS round 2, literally one bot this time. Last game, the hero was able to do a pretty significant amount of damage during
See the Alberta hero now trying to line up.
If that Alberta hero can get these off, it could catch up quite quickly. The base damage it could put out.
He's got one more projectile left.
Looks like it's going to have to go back to the base.
But the Alberta standard, red standard 3 coming in and now dealing damage.
It's firing a little low every time still, but they've got, as you can hear, probably still on the microphones even.
NUS just chewing through the red base.
Chewing through the literal armor panels. NUS now half base health remaining for Alberta. A third of their health remaining. Alberta trying to come, leaving through the base.
I think they're trying to go for a sentry kill on NUS.
That's the move. Honestly, you can't body block this.
They get it.
Get it down. It will now be a base race. Obviously, NUS with the advantage there in the base race. Can Alberta? They do get some chip damage down.
Where is the Alberta hero? There it
Alberta's
is.
hero is the only shot they have to catch up. It is 63 to 1,500, but that's only
It has
five
five
projectiles.
projectiles.
It has enough to get 1,000 damage down.
But the NUS hero body blocking.
NUS hero ramming that was quite a bit of pushing.
That might be a yellow card.
Might be a yellow card coming across.
It doesn't
the base
matter.
Is taken out. NUS victorious in round 2. Wow! Congratulations to both team. Alberta really
putting up a strong case
back.
there.
Yes. They were able to take advantage of the fact that NUS was having mechanical issues. They capitalized on that and made round 2 very, very close. You check out the damage, not close, but the game was coming down to a base destruction.
And critically, 15 42 millimeter projectiles launched for the side of Alberta, as opposed to 0 for the side of NUS. They have got to get that hero working.
Yeah, NUS showing the dominant standard performance, very Tamu-esque, right? A very good standard and not much else on the field today. Hopefully they can use the time they have before their next match. Yeah, the Singapore chatters in YouTube saying they were on the edge of their seat for that one. It was pretty close, but they pulled it out.
Credit to that NUS standard driver being able to carry 1v5 almost.
That was tough. Round 1, the hero looks like it performs pretty well, so I'm not too nervous for them in the long run. It seems like there's probably some small issues that they need to get resolved, and then they will be a-okay. I believe we have one more match before lunch. It is noon, and so I think we'll have one more, maybe 2. We'll see when the schedule pops up here in a minute, but the statistics telling a pretty good story here. 4 damage per projectile for NUS. That is well above average, especially considering they brought down a whole base. Oh, we're running matches all the way to 1 p.m. here.
All right, so we've got next up Polystar from Polytechnique Montreal versus the Texas Aimbots from Texas A&M University. This will be an interesting match.
Yeah. Following that, we'll have Colorado versus Thornbots, which is RHIT. If RHIT wants to make it out of groups, if they have a chance of making it out of groups, they actually need to 2-0 Colorado.
Ooh, that's a big ask.
It's a big ask, but they have kind of stepped up. They did real good against UW.
They did. I was watching that match, and I saw some potential from RHIT, who, reminder, is a first-year team, not first year at RMNA.
First year 3v3.
First year 3v3. First year competing by themselves at a competition here at RMNA.
After Thornbot CU, it would be Ultraviolet versus McFalcon, so that will be a free win for McMaster Carr because I believe Ultraviolet has decided that they are going to focus on 1v1. They had enough mechanical issues on their bots. They were only able to get their standard operational for the tournament.
I did talk to some of the Ultraviolet team members. They have been working on getting that standard up and running. They were able to compete in the 1v1 confrontation. McFalcons also having a few technical difficulties with some of their robots. I know earlier in the competition, I think it was during the practice match, one of their standards lost its leg. I think it's the Spider standard lost its leg during a practice match. So
Yeah,
they've been
it was
working on
out
getting that
for like
repaired.
24 hours. It missed the next couple matches. They actually competed without it, and then they were able to get it back. So Spiderbot should be here. Yeah, Steven, if you need to swap, so you can go to 1v1, we can get Nikhil in here. Otherwise, I'll swap out. Heck yeah, we'll do Steven and Nikhil. First time combo on the stream. Don't go anywhere. We've got a bunch of matches.
All right. Well, next up, we will have Polystar and Aimbots. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happen. We've got two of these teams. Aimbots last year did really, really well. They had one standard that worked. They had a hero that sometimes worked. And they had a sentry that at least moved. It didn't shoot very much, but it moved. And then you have Polystar, who has been kind of growing their lineup over the years. And they've now got 3 working robots. And I'm really excited to see them. Nikhil, what are you looking forward to?
I'm really looking forward to this next match, right, with Caliber and RMNA. Wait.
That was the one that just played.
That's just my bad.
You're good.
I got messed up with the current schedule. But yeah, Polystar and Texas Aimbots. I really want to see Texas A&M because I haven't watched their previous matches. So I really want to watch it right now to see how they're doing. And yeah, that's basically it.
I've definitely spent some time in the pits. I don't know about you, but I've been looking around, looking at the robots. A&M has been working very, very hard to get their robots operational, not just the standard, but the hero as well, trying to program that sentry to get it to lock on to the targets correctly. So they have put in a lot of time. We will have to see if it pays out, but if they can at least have one functional robot, we just saw in that previous match with Nuss, if you have one functional robot that works really well, you can still take the match.
You can. And yeah, and talking about functional robots, like Polystar, I know like I was talking to them yesterday, and they seem to like really work. They've been working hard on making sure that their robots are working this time around, and then so that it just, starts working. Hopefully they can put a pretty competitive game.
I definitely agree. And this is a Group C matchup. Texas A&M trying to lock in and solidify their first position out of Group C. Polystar, they're just trying to make a case that they belong at RMNA. We've seen, some teams, it's like, hey, I know I'm not maybe going to win all my matches, but if I can at least showcase my potential, my capability, and my promise for next year, then we can come back, regroup, and have a good showing at RMNA 2025.
Exactly. Like a lot of, as we've been talking about, like a lot of this just comes down to experience, right? It's like the more experience you have, the more time to, refine your designs. Like you can't really do that alone. You need to make sure that you have, like actual experience in RoboMaster. So it's really cool. Like it's always good to play and always good to, even if your robots are not working, to make sure that you're able to just, get on the field and just get that little bit of a driver experience.
Right. And driver experience is so hard to come by, especially for some of these smaller teams. The large teams, UW, VT, A&M, they have fields that they can practice on. But these smaller teams like Alberta, Polystar, NYU, they don't always have those big open spaces, those huge labs where they can get that driver training to move around, get used to the controls. So for a lot of these teams, this is their first time driving the robot on the RMNA 3v3 field. Exactly. And you can't replicate that experience.
You cannot.
It is so hard. And we talked about this, in years past about how, sometimes even if you have a technological disadvantage or an engineering disadvantage, if you have a good driver who has good game sense, and I know Preston talks about this all the time, if you have good game sense, you can win against a higher level team just because you know the win conditions better than they do.
Exactly. Especially when speaking about game sense and strategy, right? Like, did you see the match where they were trying to bounce off, they were trying to destroy the balancing standard, and they were trying to bounce off the 17mm projectiles off of the side wall to hit the
We have seen a couple teams try to use the walls to ricochet the projectiles into the enemy team. I haven't seen it work effectively yet, but it is a strategy.
Cool. I thought it was really interesting. Like I thought it was a little bit outside of the box.
It's a strategy, and I definitely know against the bouncing standards, it can be hard to try to flank them with that bouncing standards ability to fire over its wheels and protect its armor panels. It can be hard for a team to figure out a way to take them down. So it is very interesting. I've seen teams, maybe trying to field 2 robots. If they can get 2 functional robots to have one engage the bouncing standard, the other one come around on its side to flank it to get that open armor panel. But if you don't have 2 functioning robots, it can be really hard.
It can.
All right, it looks like the referees have finished cleaning the field. Thank you so much to all of our field attendants for sweeping up all those 17mm projectiles. It can get quite messy in there, especially when you have a team like NUS who just prioritizes their standard and just unleashes 17mm projectiles all over the place.
No, I was listening to that. It's scary. Hearing the robot launches projectiles, it's super scary.
It is so hard. And we are back. Hello, I'm Steven. I know you haven't
Nikhil.
seen my face, but I've been over at the 1v1 confrontation commentating that. This is my first time on the 3v3 desk. So, Nikhil, I know this is your first year commentating. How was the experience so far?
Commentating is very nerve-wracking, I'm not going to lie. You know, you're on stream talking to a lot of people, and you need to quickly speak and quickly figure out what's happening on the field and try to relay that information really well.
I got to ask, though, what is more stressful? Speaking here or being over there with your team and trying to get those robots to work?
See, I'm used to that stress.
Okay.
I'm used to that stress. Like, that stress, it's like something I kind of thrive for almost, right? Because I was doing robotics in high school, so it's very similar feeling to that. And I'm doing it here, so it's just like, I'm used to that, so like I know it, like how it feels, and I kind of almost like it. So this is like a different type of stress.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I, for one, also competed on the A&M team, but I never competed in the 3v3 competition.
I see.
I was working on a different robot at the time, so I don't know how stressful it is here, so I'll take your word for it. But I think we are almost ready. I see the teams over in the waiting area. As a reminder, we have a couple more matches that we'll play up until 1, and then we will break for lunch, in which case we will then resume and play out the rest of the group stage. Right now, I'm looking at several teams from each group. And I'm looking at UW, I'm looking at CU, I'm looking at NUS, I'm looking at VT. Out of Group C, it's still up in the air. You've got TAMU, Purdue, and SFU.
Yeah. I think the strongest contenders right now are TAMU and Purdue, but SFU, like with that, they snuck that 1-1, right, against Purdue, so they could.
That's right.
They could really just clutch up here and try to take that second placement.
There's so much going on, and we still have a chance to see some parity in some of the groups. I'm really looking forward to it. Next up, we will have Polystar and Aimbots from Group C. So we will get to see how Group C will play out a little bit, potentially. Looks like we're still not ready to start, so in the meantime, let's go ahead and maybe do a merch giveaway. We've got a couple people in the crowd.
Sure, yeah. Let's throw some stuff out.
Let's see. We've got some luggage tags. We've got some lanyards. Let's see. Let's give away.
Little box.
We've got a bag here. We've got a notebook. Let's do a DJI bag.
All right.
Here. Or here, a bucket hat. I can reach that.
Yeah, because the bucket hats are nice to frisbee.
All right. Have we showed the bucket hats on stream yet?
We have not. I don't.
Let's show a bucket hat on stream.
Do we have one open?
Do we have one open somewhere? I know we could.
I think we should just open.
We'll just open this one, and then we'll throw out a new one.
Yes.
This is the famed bucket hat, very popular last year. It says RoboMaster across the front. Looks really snazzy.
They're nice.
I'm going to try to fit it over my headset.
Especially for like the heat right here, it's very useful.
It definitely is up here. Everyone, reminder, drink your water, please. We want you to stay healthy. We want you to stay hydrated.
Please stay hydrated.
But let's give out a bucket hat. Who in the audience wants a free RoboMaster bucket hat? I see a hand up there. All right, I'm going to close my eyes and throw it. Oh. And it went to someone.
Whoa.
Do we have, those aren't, I thought those were the projectiles at first, but let's do a comparison.
One of them. So let's just compare. There's a reason we call these 17mm projectiles grapes, because this is one of the projectiles, and this is a green grape.
It's so similar, almost. I actually, when he brought those up to me, I thought those were the same thing.
Yeah, me too. I thought they were the same thing until I felt it. So what this means for me is we can have 1 year where we just fill it with real grapes.
Please don't do that.
And then we try shooting it into our mouths from different angles.
Please don't do that. All right, well, we will go ahead and continue with this pause until the teams are ready and the field is clean. You know what? If we could, I would love to just do that 1 year where we fill up with the grapes. Now that I'm thinking about it, that sounds like a really fun idea.
We'll call it Food Fight.
Food Fight. New RMNA format, Food Fight.
Food Fight.
Where we load it up with edible food.
It'd be great. And I guess like the 42 millimeter projectiles could be like oranges or something, like, you know, the cutie oranges.
Little cuties, little tangerines maybe.
Yeah.
Just throw them out.
Throw them out into the crowd.
I feel like it would mess up the robot internals a little bit, but
just a little.
You know, take maybe an old robot.
Take
an old robot, fill it up with the grapes, fill it up with some tangerines,
and then it'll work.
It'll work. We'll have some like effects going on.
Yeah.
It'll be like, you know, how Nickelodeon does like, you know, the football one game where they like have all the characters being like cartoons and they have like all the effects. We'll do that with RMNA, just have like grapes and tangerines going instead.
That'd be great. You know,
it would be hilarious to see that. All right. Well, I think we're almost ready. I think the teams are still trying to maybe get a few things figured out, and the field is almost clean. It can take so long. Oh, I know what they're doing. They are fixing that base panel that broke.
Oh, there's a base panel that broke?
Yes. So during the last match, if you missed it, NUS was launching their stream of 17 millimeter projectiles at the base armor panels, and one of the panels just fell off.
Oh, they must have hit it too hard.
Maybe, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't the whole armor panel. It was just like the face of the armor panel, just like kind of drooped offwards.
Okay. It could just be, you know, like, is it screwed on possibly or bolted on?
I believe it might be bolted on, or it might be, you know, press fit somehow.
Yeah, because like I just know that like if it's bolted on, then like there could be like a lot of.
You can see the picture here from the NUS team taking a photo with the base and that destroyed armor panel. I think you are right. You can see those screw holes right there where it is attached to that armor panel. I have never seen an armor panel break in that fashion.
You know what they need? They need Loctite or duct tape.
Loctite or duct tape, something to hold it in there.
Yeah, you know, because like if you're getting hit with like a lot of these grapes and like these 17 millimeter projectiles, a lot of vibration could cause some like nuts or like some bolts to fall out.
Well, and the funny thing was, it was a 17 millimeter projectile.
Yeah.
And I know they fire these really fast.
Really fast.
And, you know, these are hard. They're relatively hard. But they're very small. So the momentum that they generate and the energy that they carry is not as great as the 42 millimeter projectile golf balls.
Exactly.
And so if ever a base panel was going to break, I would think it would be the 42 millimeter that would do it.
But
true. No, it was the 17 millimeter.
Yeah. It's possibly just because, like, you know, so many at so much time, like, it causes more vibration maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. The frequency was just too much. It just kind of vibrated that armor panel so it came loose. Maybe the screw wasn't tightened all the way.
Yeah. Or it was like the 42 millimeter projectiles did all the work, and then, you know, just a little bit.
NUS just came in at the end and was like, yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
It's totally planned. All right. Well, I see the teams now in the waiting areas getting ready to load into the arena. This will be between Polystar from Poly Montreal and Texas Aimbots from Tamu. And this will be a good match to gauge if Tamu has kind of figured out some of those issues with that they were having with the Sentry aiming at the correct armor panels. I've been able to watch a few matches, and I don't think it's even kind of been able to aim near a robot. It sees a robot. I see it like locks on. It stops moving. It locks on, but then it aims just to the left, by about a foot.
Just a little offset, you know? We were talking about this, like sometimes we see the sentries just like a little offset. Maybe they're shooting a little too low or a little too like high or to the left or right. That's like a quick, hopefully quick. I'm not really sure about, you know, programming stuff, but like a quick offset that you could probably add into it, like as just a quick patch fix.
Well, even 1-2 degrees can make a massive difference at a distance.
That's true.
You don't think about it, but if I'm pointing one direction and I turn myself 1 degree clockwise and I walk 100 feet, I'm going to wind up in a very different spot.
Yeah, that's
and so
true.
If you have just that adjustment, that tuning not dialed in perfectly, you can miss your target by about 3 feet, 4 feet.
Yeah, that's why the calibration time that they give for the teams is so important, just to make sure that like,
very
you know,
important.
all the lighting and like everything works with your robot.
Very important. Well, we are loaded into the arena now. You can see both teams getting their robots set up, loading those hoppers full of 17 millimeter projectiles at the top of your screen. The Tamu standard running into a wall and shutting itself off. I hope that didn't break anything.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate.
That would be very unfortunate indeed. The standard being the one consistently working robot for Tamu. If they lose that, it could be a repeat of 2022.
What happened then?
Oh, it was during the NUS match, and their standard shorted itself to ground.
Oh.
I think it was something like 500 volts.
500 volts.
Shorted to ground. Do not touch a shorted robot.
Do not.
No, and it was their only functioning robot, and so they lost that match against NUS.
Yeah, how did they fix that without touching the robot at least?
I believe they had to tear the entire robot apart, rewire it, and then put it back together.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It was definitely insane. For those of you who remember watching that, you will also remember the never-ending timeouts glitch that Tamu found. But this year, we don't have that issue, it seems. Teams have not had to use as many technical timeouts, which is always good to see. You know, we want these teams to come to the competition prepared, but we also try to give them a little bit of time, you know, to get that last little tuning in, get that last little fix, maybe update that software just one more time, flash some new code really quick before the match.
Sure. Is that a cover on Polystar's side over there? It's a white cover.
I believe it is a cover. It's maybe some type of foam covering. I know I saw a few teams just taking some foam, like some foam insulation, cutting it, and then taping it across the robot to protect some of those internal electronics.
Yeah, that's pretty important. These covers are very important. Foam is a pretty good, like, you know, absorbs all the energy, so it should be pretty good.
And I know we think, why do you need to protect all the electronics? Are they not protected in and of themselves? Well, yes, they are contained in their own little housings.
Yeah.
But these housings can crack when under fire from these 17mm projectiles or these 42mm projectiles. You can have a cable disconnect. So you want to make sure everything is covered and protected as well as possible. Yeah. So that way you do not have a robot accidentally losing an armor panel in the middle of your round.
Or just shorting, as we talked about just recently.
Shorting, I know, you know, some teams, they have the way things are wired, it can overpower the robot if something becomes jostled, disconnected. But we are initializing, getting ready to start round 1 of this best-of-2 match between Poly Montreal and Tamu.
Grow through every match.
All right. And it looks like Tamu only with one robot. It looks like just the standard. And the Sentry firing at the wall, moving towards the side. We'll see if it can navigate. Moving over to the Polystar side of the field.
And picking a fight already with their standard.
Locking onto that standard and getting first blood.
The Tamu Sentry is doing some work.
You can see here in the cockpit with the Montreal Red Standard 3 going down.
The Sentry just taking another fight.
This would be the Sentry for Poly Montreal.
Poly Montreal Sentry went down.
That Tamu Sentry doing work, teaming up with the Standard.
While the Standard... While the Red Standard is doing some work... Not Red. While the Blue Standard is doing some work on the red base, the Sentry just seems to be protecting it by destroying the blue, by destroying the red.
Importantly, though, that Tamu Sentry no longer picking up Red Standard 3 or Red Standard 4, it seems. If Poly Montreal is smart, they will make use of that to do some damage. But that Tamu Standard coming in and just chewing through the base. You can see here through our roaming cam, Tamu Standard just laying into the base with those 17mm projectiles at that steady stream.
It seems Poly Montreal is unable to defend currently. Maybe it was a jam in there.
I'm looking over at the Polystar robots. They are right there. They have projectiles in their hoppers.
But they just seem to be overpowered right now.
It seems they are having some electrical issues, or maybe it is a software issue with that power limiting. They are unable to leave their resupply area.
And just with 280 left on their base, Poly Montreal is in a very precarious situation right now.
Especially with that Tamu Standard, Blue Standard 3, already at level 10.
The fire rate on the Tamu Standard is also really high. The Tamu Standard just melting away at the base.
Finishing off Polystar, taking the victory for this first round in this best-of-2 match. That was impressive from Tamu. I'm honestly impressed. They got this Sentry to work. It moved and it navigated over to the red side, and then it was able to lock on to a few robots before it finally, you know, stopped.
Yeah.
But it did some damage.
Their Sentry did so much work.
You can see in those stats, 768 17mm projectiles launched for the side of Tamu. That is a combination with the Standard. So there is some, you know, an asterisk on that.
Yeah.
but it worked.
It worked. It did so well, especially because like that sentry, because they're already on like a 2-robot, like a 2v3 already against Poly Montreal. It's interesting how they use their sentry as basically another player by like really getting there early and just trying to take down the other robots.
Especially without having their hero. We were told just a moment ago that the Tamu hero did not pass inspection in time, so they are not able to field it in this match.
But that didn't stop them.
No, it didn't. And we saw in the previous match, in US, they only had one functional robot and they still managed to win. So you can get through into these group stage matches with just 1-2 functional robots. But if Tamu wants to move deep into the bracket stage, they're going to need to get that hero online and ready to play very soon.
Exactly, especially because like right now against Poly Montreal, the other robots did not really work. But against someone like CU, UW, or like even NUS, that second hero, that hero is very important, and it needs to be there.
Right, and you know what? Polystar didn't do too bad.
That's
true.
They
had some issues getting out of the base and then getting out of their resupply zone. But once they did, they were able to do a substantial amount of damage to the Tamu Sentry.
Exactly. I think most of the problem that they had was with just overpowering. So that's like I think that's mostly like a software issue, right?
Right.
So software issue, or something could have jammed the motors, which they could have just been trying to move, but they weren't able to move and just overworked them.
Exactly. You can see here that Tamu Sentry with that yellow hopper.
Yeah, and the double barrel.
The double barrel, that probably assisted in its ability to have that high fire rate and take down some of those enemy robots very quickly.
Yeah, although it wasn't able to like lock on towards the end of the match, the Tamu Sentry did so much work to get that initial momentum rolling. And we see some of the Polystar engineers try to figure out why the robots weren't performing as they seemed.
You can see here, though, that those Polystar robots, they're put together pretty well.
They are.
They seem very robust, very rugged. So I don't think it was, an issue with the electronics coming loose, maybe.
Yeah.
I think maybe, you're right. It was maybe a power limiting issue with the software. But you can just go into your code, after this match, figure out what went wrong, and just correct that for the next match.
Exactly. So they have a lot of opportunities to change it here.
Right. You can see that white cover on that Sentry there. I believe that is some foam covering it.
With some tape, I think?
Looks like some tape, but we've seen much worse solutions in RMNA.
I'm just saying, tape always works. Tape is great.
Tape is very great. You can see here Tamu communicating with their drivers in the driver room, making sure that standard is functioning at 100%. It looks pretty good to me. I know that in a few matches ago, it lost its suspension. Looks like the suspension held up fine in this match.
Yeah.
So maybe they've rectified those issues.
Which is great. I love seeing the robots improve from time to time.
All right. Well, let's get ready to go for round 2 in 3, 2, 1. Match start. All right. The Tamu Sentry off and exploring once again, making it back onto the Polystar side.
But it's getting confused a little bit.
It's getting confused. Too many choices, it seems. The Sentry having trouble deciding which robot to lock onto. But Tamu, with Blue Standard 3, coming off on the flank and being able to finish off the Sentry. And Tamu Sentry getting a kill.
And now Tamu, with their standard, is just destroying the base, melting it away.
You can see Polystar trying to body block here, provide some cover, get right up into the face of the Tamu Sentry, so that way it can't lock onto any armor panels, and it seems to be working.
But they are neglecting the other standard.
The other standard from Tamu, though, coming in and just chewing through the red base.
Another high fire rate robot here.
You can see Tamu already running out of 17mm projectiles, having to go back to the resupply zone and buy more.
And I believe both robots were destroyed because of... Both robots on the red side were destroyed because of overpower issue or module offline.
But that Tamu Sentry holding the entire Polystar team at bay, going 1v3, while the Tamu Standard, Blue Standard 3, just lays into the red base.
Very unfortunate. The red base is only at 200, 140 health, 95,
25
60.
projectiles left, 20, 17, 15, and they are able to destroy the base.
Another blue victory.
Tamu taking the victory with a clean 2-0. That Sentry really coming into play now, finally, after days and nights and sleepless hours of tuning that robot, they finally have it working.
They do. And it's working brilliantly.
It was definitely a contributing factor in that round. If we had an MVP, I would give it to the Sentry.
I would give it to the Sentry. You know, it just locked on, and it scared the red team so much. You know, they just had to, like, you know, stay with it.
Well, we've seen, you know, in the past, a Sentry doesn't have to necessarily be super accurate. Exactly. But if it starts locking onto anything and starts firing, it can scare a team off.
It can scare someone.
You don't want to ever go 1v1 against a Sentry.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Over 1,000 17mm projectiles launched by Tamu in that match. You can see also the Sentry not taking any damage, just a tiny sliver. Being able to hold Polystar, the entire team, the Sentry and both standards at bay by itself, while their blue standard 3 was able to go onto the other side and just had a kind of a highway between their resupply zone and the red base.
Wait, I'm a little bit confused. It seems that Polystar hasn't actually launched any projectiles, but they still did 60 damage. How could that be?
I'm going to assume that was from the Tamu Sentry, maybe a ricochet coming off and hitting its own armor panels.
Interesting.
Because I don't recall seeing the standard take any damage.
Yeah.
So it is very possible that the Sentry, we see it took a little bit of damage. Maybe a projectile ricocheted just off the enemy robot and came back and hit its own armor panel.
Possibly.
Because you're right, no projectiles fired by Polystar that entire round. The Sentry being able to keep them, basically spawn camping them and keeping them offline.
Yeah.
Wow, what an incredible showing from Tamu. Incredible job getting that Sentry up and running and tuning that CV so where it can now see robots and fire accurately. That is a big boost for Tamu going forward.
That is true.
I'm very excited to see. I haven't been keeping up, so you'll have to tell me. Has Tamu played Purdue yet?
I don't believe so.
All right. Well, that is a match I am looking forward to now. Tamu versus Purdue to see who takes the top spot in Group C. If Purdue doesn't 2-0 that, well, let me think. Tamu has beaten all their opponents 2-0 so far.
Exactly. And then Purdue has lost one to
They have.
SFU.
So I believe that does lock Tamu for the first position out of Group C.
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible job by Tamu. Great job to those engineers who are working on that Sentry. Congratulations to Polystar as well with an excellent showing in that first round. They did pretty well.
They did. And it's like this next round against Tamu versus Purdue is actually more important for Purdue because they need to just snag at least 1 point from Tamu so that they can lock it themselves into second place at least.
Exactly. Well, our next match will be CU Robotics versus the Thornbots from RHIT. I am scared of CU.
I'm scared of CU too. CU's Sentry, very aggressive, very well put together.
Very aggressive. If we saw that Tamu Sentry operating what we determined to be very effectively, that CU Sentry is on a whole nother level.
It is. So like I can't wait to see the CU versus like Tamu fight. I just want to see.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. The CU Sentry is one of those robots that I think has been performing the best at RMNA.
Yeah.
With its ability to pathfind around the field and then lock onto enemy robots and then retreat back into different areas. I know that we haven't seen a whole lot from that CU Sentry HUD yet. We are just now getting that today. But I would be very excited to get into the cockpit with that Sentry.
I do want to
see what it sees.
Exactly.
And see how it's operating.
We saw like a quick glimpse in the other game that we saw today against CU of the Sentry, but I want to see a little bit more. You know, it's going to be so cool.
It will be very cool. But RHIT, not a slouch. They have come into RMNA first year competing by themselves as a 3v3 team. They have competed in the past. They competed in 2022. They teamed up with Purdue and Texas, UT, to form a single 3v3 team. I believe they contributed the Sentry in that year. So they've competed in 3v3 before. They know how it works. But this is their first year competing by themselves.
Yeah.
And we've seen, for some teams, making that jump to 3v3 can be very, very hard. But they've done a really good job. They have 3 functional robots. They've got a standard that works pretty well. They've got a Sentry that works pretty well. It moves. I don't know. I haven't seen it shoot a whole lot.
I think it might have. I think it did a little bit. Yeah.
So, if I'm RHIT, I'm not thinking that I can win. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, RHIT. I love you. I love all of you so much, but CU is another beast.
CU is a beast.
If I'm RHIT, I'm going to try to do some damage to those CU robots, get a few kills, showcase that, hey, I'm not a pushover.
Exactly. You want to be competitive, right?
Right.
And as you talked about, we just want to get that experience.
That experience, showcase that, hey, this may be our first year, but we are going to be a big player in years to come.
Like next year, we are going to be lethal. That's basically what they're trying to say.
I mean, if you're CU, you've kind of been in that position. I know we talked about it during the off season and in years past. CU, they've made it to the bracket stage, I think, every year.
Okay.
They haven't made it very far, though.
Okay.
But this year, they're looking to make a deep run, and just seemingly out of nowhere. It could be the very same thing for RHIT.
Exactly.
Showing up, first year, 3v3, try to showcase that, hey, you're a pretty strong team. And then in the next year, you come back, you have a sentry that is tuned and that can aim at the enemy robots, and you can showcase, hey, I'm ready to go.
Exactly. So it's going to be really, it's going to be a tough match for RHIT, but they, as we talked about, they got, previously they were able to get to a base race with UW, so they might be able to clutch up a little bit here and maybe even try to get into a base race or just kind of protect their base a little bit more.
It is very possible. And, I've talked to some of the RHIT members, and they have some guys over there and some girls that can strategize really well. They are some of the top strategists I've seen at RMNA. I would like to see how they are going to approach this aggression from the CU sentry and see if maybe, they have a protocol in their sentry to run away or to maybe get in the way of that CU sentry to try to block it from getting over to their side of the field.
It'd be great to have an interview with them afterwards, be if they have any cool strategies maybe.
It will definitely be a show and tell type of moment.
Yeah.
But I see both teams getting ready to go, moving over to the loading zones. CU with all of their robots up and running and functional. And the thing I love about CU is that all their robots look very similar.
Yeah.
Some teams it's like you have a standard robot, and then you have a sentry robot, and you have a hero, and they all look just completely different. You can tell, there wasn't a whole lot of similarity in the design process. But with CU, all of their robots seem to be built upon a very similar base.
Like a very cohesive design.
Exactly. And I'm betting that plays a large role in the consistency of all the robots. Because if you get one robot working, all of them will pretty much work because they've all got a very similar design. You can probably apply a lot of the same code to all three robots.
And which is great because the consistency is really key here, right? Because if your robots can consistently perform, we saw a lot of times where it's just one robot performs, another robot doesn't, and it switches between round and round, which is it really throws everything off a little bit, right? Because you're okay, I don't know if this is going to work this round. But if everything's consistent, you can always do a good performance, especially and take advantage of the inconsistency of other teams.
Definitely true. And consistency can be so hard to replicate in these engineering competitions, not just from the end of the competition, from the beginning of the competition to the end, but just from day to day, even match to match.
And especially, because all these teams, a lot of them from a long, they came here from a long distance, right? Loads could change in that time, in that transportation
It
phase.
is definitely possible, but we've got a great community here at RMNA, and so I have seen it personally, a lot of teams offering help to other teams struggling to diagnose a code issue or just need a part printed on the 3D printer, and they go up to a team that has a 3D printer and say, hey, can you please print this part for us? And you know what? That is the great thing about RMNA. We have just such a strong community here where everyone wants everyone else to succeed.
Yeah,
we all want to see these teams compete and to do well, and so we're willing to assist each other.
Yeah, everyone has that competitive integrity, right?
Right.
Talking about we want to make sure that everyone has a good fighting chance.
Right. Yes, and it's definitely not all competitions are like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's hard to develop that community, but I think RMNA has done a great job. We are now at, I think, 27 teams in RMNA.
27?
27 or 28 even.
Oh.
So we are growing at a rapid pace.
That's great.
And we are bringing new teams in every week, it feels like.
Yeah.
I know I've talked to a few teams that aren't here, but they are not a few teams. I've talked to a few people in the RMNA Discord who are interested in starting some teams elsewhere at other schools. And so I'm excited to see how this competition and this community continues to grow.
Yeah. No, I can't wait to see, when we have to have, three, each division in its own, pit area. And
I would love to see divisions.
Yeah.
I know we already have the Midwest Conference. I would love to see maybe a Southwest Conference, maybe a Pacific Coast Conference.
Yeah. No, that'd be so cool.
All right. Well, both teams are now loading into the field. It will be CU on the red side and RHIT on the blue side. You can see both teams with very nice robot designs, very clean robot aesthetics.
Yeah, CU standard is very small actually. I guess that's what gives it its like, agility almost.
I definitely think that those low weights using all that carbon fiber, because we know, I've talked about this a little bit on the 1v1 stream, because weight is one of the win criteria in 1v1.
Really?
It is. And so a team that weighs less, if their health is the same, will win.
Okay.
And so it can be, a challenge to source some of those materials. Carbon fiber is not cheap and is not easy to work with.
Yeah.
But if you have the dedication, you can create a robot that is very light, very robust, and that robot weight, if it's light enough, with those motors tuned correctly, can grant you an incredibly high spin rate like we've seen from CU. You can see here in this CU Sentry being able to accelerate at extraordinarily high speeds. I'm really excited to see how it does and hop in its cockpit, maybe follow it along.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then what we now see is like the CU Hero, which is also really well made.
It is really well made. But RHIT, you can see over there, with their standard and their Sentry and their Hero, they are ready to go.
They're ready to go.
They've got 3 robots. All right. Looks like they are getting their pilots into the pilot room.
And they're just making sure everyone knows what's happening.
All right. Looks like RHIT is still in the field trying to connect one of their robots, make sure it connects to the server. You never want to leave a robot disconnected from the server. I know Tamu had that happen to them 1 year. They power cycled the robot and didn't tell the referee that they had done it, and so the referee did not initialize the robot into the game.
Oh no. So they just had to play with one robot down then?
They did. I believe it was their Sentry too.
That's unfortunate. Losing your Sentry is just really bad.
Indeed, but it looks like they've got everything working. See that Hero loaded up with 42mm projectiles. The CU Hero already spinning. All 3 CU robots already spinning at incredibly high speeds.
You can hear the, I don't know if chat can hear this, but you guys can hear, we can hear it really well. I heard it ramp up.
You can hear that, and look at that. Look at the stagger on those CU Sentry armor panels. When it spins so fast, it looks like there's double stacked armor panels.
Yeah.
I wonder if that is intentional to throw off the opponent's CV.
Yeah, it could be like the CV gets confused between which is the real armor panel and then shoots at a ghost, maybe.
Exactly, but it looks like we are finally initializing into the game. I am ready, and we will count it down.
Very soon.
All right, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
Match start.
Very strong exit for RHIT right there.
RHIT right out of the base. The CU Sentry, though, already on its path. And we are in the cockpit. You can see it locking onto the Hero and the standard from RHIT. Not being able to get a kill, though.
The standard moved back very fast. This is something that we haven't really seen. Normally we've seen the CU standard kind of just sit there until it gets a kill or deplete or starts taking damage.
CU Sentry trying to deal damage onto the RHIT Sentry. Not doing a whole lot, though, but it doesn't matter.
All right,
CU
gets the first blood.
Standard looks like it got the kill, or was that the Sentry?
The Sentry got the first blood for CU.
All right, and now CU turning their sights onto the RHIT base. The RHIT doing a good job trying to put some pressure onto that CU Sentry.
The RHIT Sentry is almost is less than half HP right now, and is slowly losing that.
But
losing
notice,
HP.
you can see it actually looking at that red Sentry right there. Blue Sentry and red Sentry are looking at each other, staring each other in the face.
But they're not firing.
Oh, and the RHIT Sentry firing back.
And destroys.
Destroying the
Hero.
CU Hero. RHIT putting up a fight against CU. And now turning their attention to that CU Sentry, dealing damage.
Oh my gosh, the CU Sentry might fall.
CU at a health deficit for the Sentry. RHIT with
only
this
50
blue
HP
standard
left.
trying to take it out, but it goes down.
There's only 50 HP. Oh, 40 HP left on that CU Sentry, which makes it very easy for
38.
RHIT.
And a module offline error for the CU standard.
Oh no. This could be an RHIT win if they play this correctly.
And again, meaning they will continue to give over levels to RHIT. That RHIT standard is now level 10.
RHIT has a lot of...
CU Hero trying to carry the game by himself, taking shots at the base, trying to chew through that virtual shield.
CU Hero trying to buy more projectiles, and they destroy.
But the RHIT standard coming through again.
They now need to turn their focus
in the RHIT
to
base. RHIT needs to deal with this hero.
Oh my gosh.
The hero now dealing damage to the RHIT base. Only 1,000 health left. RHIT needs to make a move. They're going for the base, trying to go into a base race with CU.
But they need to really destroy that hero before
You never
it gets
want to
more
base race
damage.
against a hero. It will chew through your health. And the CU hero landing shots now.
And it takes the win. That was so close.
Oh man, if I am CU, my heart rate just went up.
Yeah, my heart rate went up.
What an incredibly close match for a second there. RHIT able to get a kill onto the CU robots and level up. And then that CU standard going offline, giving over free levels to RHIT. What an incredibly close match. 4,700 damage for CU, 1,100 damage for RHIT.
That was crazy. No, it's like, you know what we talked about right before the match where we were like, it's possible that RHIT could get CU into a base race? That was exactly right.
That it happened. It happened right in front of our eyes. And CU, I see the engineers in the field trying to look at that blue standard 4, see what went wrong, and hopefully they can get it back online. But if I'm RHIT, I am pumped. This is giving me more momentum going into round 2.
I think they could, if they play this correctly, could take round 2.
We saw it. The RHIT Sentry locking on and firing back at the CU robots.
We saw the vision. Also, I'm not sure, does RHIT have a hero and a standard?
They do. They have a hero and a standard. You can see 3 42mm projectiles launched on the side of RHIT.
If that hero, turns it up a notch, a little clutch up towards, in this second round, they could definitely win.
I think there was maybe a little bit of a misplay there during that round. RHIT, they had the hero on the run, pushing it back to its resupply zone. I feel like they needed to stay there and start spawn camping that hero.
Exactly.
Keep it down so that way it couldn't chew through their base.
Yeah, and the hero, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but the hero respawn rate is much slower than the standard. So that would give them so much time, just like a little bit of jump start to go and get some more base damage down.
That's very true. We are in the cockpit of Red Standard 4. That is that CU standard.
That went offline.
Right, so I'm assuming they were able to fix the issue, whatever it was, which is good news for CU.
And it's a little scary for RHIT, but, I have my faith in them now.
All right, our CU fans, if you are in the chat, let us know. I see it. Let's go CU, SKO buffs.
We see some RHIT love from Twitch chat right there.
Yes, RHIT, if you are here in the crowd and you are pulling for RHIT, let me hear you. I did not hear them. I think this is, it's to be expected. We're at CU.
It's like home game
advantage. It's the home field advantage for CU.
Can we hear some CU love, though?
There we go. We love to hear it from CU, supporting their team.
And while we wait for this, is this a technical timeout?
No, this is still the preparation.
Oh, this is still preparation. We should throw some merch out. There's a lot of people in the crowd.
Let's do it. Let's throw some merch out. All right, what do we got here? We've got some more luggage tags. We've got some more bucket hats. We've got some stickers, I think. We've also got some shirts and some bags.
All right, we should throw those out. We haven't done that too much.
Let's do a bag. How about you throw it this time? I kind of whipped on my throw.
All right, guys, we're throwing out I think this is a tote bag. If you guys would like. Woo! I'm not very good at throwing. I'm an engineer.
It's all right.
Yeah.
They appreciate the gesture.
Let's go.
If you want some free merch, come and watch this match. If you are in the pits and you are not doing anything, if you are in inspection and you are not doing anything, if you are just chilling and eating some lunch, put your lunch down, come over to the 3v3 field and watch this match between RHIT and CU.
Intense match.
This was an crazy intense match. RHIT fighting back against CU, being able to take the lead for some portions of that match.
Yeah. It seems that CU is just doing some last-minute fixes on their standard that was going down last round.
RHIT looks like they're trying to communicate with that hero, see if it has functionality. We're in the cockpit now. We can see it moving, and it's going up and down. All right, it looks like they're getting the thumbs up from their team member. Let's see RHIT now exiting the field, it looks like. Oh, one more person is there. CU still crowding around that standard, trying to diagnose that issue.
It's flashing blue and red, right? What
Right.
does that mean? Do you know
that
what
definitely
that
means there is some type of referee system error.
Okay.
As a reminder, we are in a technical timeout right now for CU. Oh, no, we are not in a technical timeout. This is just the countdown. So they have 45 seconds left to try to diagnose this standard and get it back online.
Or they might need to take a technical timeout here to fix
true.
that. Is it points against them if they take a technical timeout, or
It
is that
not
just
points against them?
Okay.
It is not points against them. They can take the technical timeout. However, they do not want to take any chances. Definitely. And I can see and I can hear the RHIT sentry moving back and forth and spinning rapidly.
Oh.
So that sentry is ready to go.
That sentry ready to go. And also, talking about the staggered plates, it seems that the RHIT sentry also has the staggered plates, making it a little bit more difficult.
I definitely think that played a role. That CU sentry, when it first went over to the RHIT, to that blue side of the field, was not able to take it out, which we've seen in previous matches with CU. They were able to take out a few robots, get some early levels, but we will see here in round 2 between RHIT and CU.
Yeah. Let's see if CU still plays more aggressive, or they're going to be a little more defensive this time.
And CU has taken their standard out of the match.
They're still playing aggressive, but I think CU's robot gets stuck on the 45-degree bump there.
You can see the sentry already retreating back. RHIT standard not spinning. It will need to do that in order to mitigate that incoming damage from that CU sentry.
Yeah, let's see how the hero plays. Maybe the hero is going to be more aggressive this time, but we also know that the hero is going to, it's very difficult to land 42mm projectiles on a hero, like on robots.
Especially at these early levels. But that CU sentry coming in and dealing damage to the RHIT robots. And now turning its attention to the base. The base is still invincible.
This is a perfect time for RHIT to take advantage.
It is locking onto the base and taking damage from the RHIT standard.
This is perfect for RHIT. They need to take advantage of this position right there. But
CU wasting almost 300 rounds on the base, which is invulnerable at this point in the match.
That is unfortunate. We saw for a second there, CU was trying to go to the center to take advantage of that buff point, which RHIT should take and try to just get more XP off right now.
And RHIT standard now, blue standard 3 coming around to flank that CU hero, dealing some damage.
Doing some damage to their hero.
Close to taking it down.
And it's
getting the first blood for RHIT, leveling up their standard to level 10.
Still, CU does not have a first blood on RHIT, which makes their base still invincible.
Critically, that CU sentry going back to its resupply zone to heal up to 600 health.
As I said that, so a module went down on the blue side hero, and that makes their base now vulnerable to damage. This is really hard because we know that CU is really good at taking advantage of destroying a base's shield and the base itself. So RHIT really needs to pull through.
With the perhaps one functioning robot in this round, aside from the 2 sentries, but at a sentry health deficit, CU with the health, and it looks like that CU hero is maybe high-centered.
See, this is the perfect
and
position.
RHIT chewing through the sentry health, but it's healing back up. They're going to have to chew through the sentry health as well as its health pool. As a reminder, The Sentry has 600 health, but also 600 health in reserve that it can heal. But the CU Hero managing to land a few shots onto the blue standard 3, forcing it to retreat back to the resupply zone to heal.
This was such a crazy
And CU's Hero
positioning.
now taking shots at the RHIT base, chewing through that virtual shield.
RHIT really needs to try to destroy this Hero here to protect their base.
You can see that Hero just oscillating and wobbling. I'm going to assume it is high centered, or maybe one of the wheels has fallen loose.
What is RHIT going to be doing?
But the CU Hero also now at level 10.
Oh my gosh, this is an incredible strategy by CU.
RHIT running out of ammo, having to go back to their resupply zone. With a minute and a half left in this match, it is anyone's game, and RHIT finally chewing through the health reserve of the CU Sentry.
Why isn't the Sentry healing up again?
It has run through its 600 HP reserve.
Oh, this gives a big advantage to RHIT right now.
RHIT now on the offensive with the lead.
They need to just keep that Hero
Trying to
at
take down this
bay.
Hero, but this Hero is so tanky at level 10. But RHIT dealing damage to the CU Sentry, taking it out.
Ow, this is so, oh my gosh.
Are you hype? Where are my RHIT fans?
RHIT, oh my gosh.
RHIT now chewing into the CU base.
What is the CU Hero? Maybe out of ammo, maybe just broken. It's just chilling.
RHIT continuing to extend their lead. CU will now have to take out the RHIT Sentry, as well as deal over 700 damage to the RHIT base.
RHIT Standard single-handedly taking this game and winning it.
I need some merch to hand out to the RHIT team members. Where are you, RHIT?
Where are you, RHIT? This is so great. They might be able to take second.
This is so incredible from RHIT, putting up a stand against the strongest looking team here at RMNA 2024.
This is so crazy.
With 10 seconds left and
Oh my
over 200 projectiles, will they
RHIT
destroy the CU
They
base?
might get it. They might get a big
7
win here.
5 seconds.
4
5 seconds. 3.
They got the win.
Destroys CU's base.
Oh my goodness. The kill. Oh my goodness. That was crazy.
What just happened?
RHIT just took the win against CU, one of the strongest teams that we've seen here at RMNA.
What an incredible showing from RHIT and that engineering team as a whole. That Standard being able to carry despite their own hero going down in the middle of the match.
Oh.
And as for CU, an unfortunate turn of events. Preston, give out some
please
merch.
give out
Please
merch.
go hand some merch to those RHIT team members.
Everyone get merch. You guys all deserve it.
Let's throw out some luggage tags. I've got a luggage tag incoming. Another luggage tag. Put your hands up. Watch
Put your
out.
hands up.
Heads up.
Give me some. I want to throw some.
Here.
Luggage tags. Watch out. Watch out. More luggage tags.
What an incredible match that we just witnessed. RHIT being able to come back. They already showed in round 1 that they could contend.
Oh.
And then in round 2,
CU wants to do an appeal.
Wow, this is very interesting. We'll have to wait and see the ref decision. But as it stands right now, RHIT splitting the match 1-1 with CU. We saw during the intermission between the 2 rounds, CU was working on their Standard, unable to get it working in time, and was having to play with just a Sentry and a Hero. And then critically, the Hero also having some technical issue or mechanical issue in the middle of that match. You saw it kind of go up on its side a little bit. Those armor panels shifted, and it was wobbling back and forth as it tried to spin. And then later, at the end of the match, even though it was level 10, it could not launch any more projectiles.
That's so unfortunate. But the thing about RHIT, they saw their advantage and they took it, like, they went all in for it.
They pounced on the opportunity. The drivers at RHIT knew what to do. They had a plan in place, and they executed it to perfection.
Like CU, also some great strategies. They went, when they knew that they weren't able to defend their Sentry, they went into the resupply zone just to heal up, which I thought was such a great strategy.
Even in that loss, I think CU demonstrated that, hey, they have protocols in place for if they are on the back foot. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
It was not enough.
But, I mean, if you're going down one Standard, you do not have your Standard in the field, and your Hero is having technical difficulties, and it is just the Sentry, what can you do at that point?
You can't do anything.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible match. We are still waiting to see the final confirmation from the judges to find out if that was indeed going to stay.
All right, someone in chat is asking if there is somewhere to see the group scores. There is, right? RoboMaster.live, and then if you go to the North America division, you might be able to see the scores there.
Yes, we have all the group scores online. All right, it looks like we are still waiting to get that decision. But, oh man, Nikhil, that was an incredible match. I'm so glad that we got to cast that.
Yeah, I'm so glad. That was so fun.
Oh, that was very, very hype right there. One of the closest matches I have seen at RMNA.
Yeah.
Definitely contending with the likes of Tamu VT last year.
Yeah, and also like that was such an upset for Colorado.
It was such an upset. I'm getting, you know what I'm getting vibes? RMNA 2022 putter, Purdue UT RHIT versus VT. The underdogs taking the victory against VT.
Yeah. No, they have the, I guess they have experience being the underdogs and just, showing up and being like.
They've been there before. You know, they weren't stressed at all. They're like, hey, we've been here before. We've taken down a giant.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
David v. Goliath moment.
Definitely a David Goliath. RHIT, congratulations on that amazing performance. We are still waiting for confirmation from the judges and the referees to make sure that was official and that will stand. As soon as we get that confirmation, we will inform our audience.
Yeah.
RHIT, with an incredible show, we talked about it. They have experience.
They do.
They have to come to RMNA prepared.
Yeah.
And they are going to turn some heads. I called it out, not to brag, but I am going to brag. I called it out. I said RHIT is going to show up at RMNA and turn some heads.
All right.
They turned some heads. I did not expect them to do this.
They turned
at all.
So many heads. I think this is the most amount of people we've had in the crowd.
This felt like a finals match.
It did.
Wow, I am so incredibly hyped. Preston, I need your opinion on this. I need to know what your thoughts are on what you just saw. You were watching in the audience. I know you had the close-up view, and you were able to see what was going on. I need your opinion, your expert opinion. Give it to me straight.
Oh my goodness. That may have been the best 2 back-to-back matches that we have had ever.
That was insane.
Okay, a little bit of news. As we previously discussed, NYU not doing 3v3.
Right.
So we're going to chat about this craziness. Then we're going to go to lunch. And then we'll be back for that 2:30 match, UT versus Purdue, which is really important. Oh, I'm breathing hard. I was going crazy. I was running through the crowd. We were throwing merch.
Oh, that was such an insane match.
We need to do some math breakdown when we get back from lunch. Yes, Twitch chat, there is somewhere where you can see the group scores. You can go to robomaster.live and check out the group scores. Austin's probably going to pull it up for us so that we can look at them. But RHIT, my goodness, that was just fabulous. The resilience of that team. So CU, their sentry was working quite well. We're seeing similar problems with them and Tamu. Their Tamu sentry worked.
It worked.
Good job, guys. Good job. 2 robots working. 1 more, and then I think they can make it pretty far in this comp.
But you know what? Tamu's old news. That was 2 matches ago.
Yeah.
Let's talk about RHIT.
But the sentries had the same issue. So CU and Tamu, their sentries both performed very, very well. But about 300 projectiles in, stopped firing projectiles. Whether that's a jamming issue or a software thing, I don't know.
Very interesting.
But you'll notice if you watch back those RHIT matches, as I'm sure a lot of y'all are, because that was wild.
I'm sure we'll see plenty of clips.
The CU's sentry retained projectiles. The craziest thing about that second match, RHIT, I don't know if it was good game sense or just good old stubborn, we're going to make this work. I don't know if you already explained the sentry healing.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So RHIT actually had to exceed that max healing cap.
Right.
Which is why the sentry stopped healing.
We saw that. I mean, the sentry has 600 health, right?
Yes.
And then it has 600 health in reserve. That means RHIT had to chew through over 600 health and the additional health to even it up with their sentry's health bar.
That's right.
Even take the first win condition.
Absolutely fabulous. And so it's a niche rule. No one's sentry ever in RMNA has gone back to the resupply zone to heal. And so great job from CU for having that coded in, right? It almost got them the game back without even a human involved, really. But RHIT had either the game sense or just the determination and the grit to just keep on firing. They did an excellent job of juggling game objectives with defense because the crowd was going crazy, but inside the crowd there were lots of people saying, yeah, but the hero.
I was going to say, the CU hero, even though it was kind of, off-centered, maybe a little bit high-centered, was still able to do some damage to this RHIT base, chewing through a little bit of its virtual shield, and then also defending against that RHIT standard whenever it started pushing the CU sentry in the resupply zone. So RHIT did a great job of juggling that aggression between the sentry and the hero, keeping that hero offline so that way they had a free reign to do whatever they wanted.
They sure did. And then eventually the hero on CU stopped working or something. I don't know.
It stopped firing.
It sure did. It stopped spinning. And that RHIT, what they really did well is they pivoted from objective to objective really, really well.
Really
when that hero
impressive.
stopped working, we've seen a lot of teams, especially the standard teams, focus on robot damage. And so they will keep on just spawn killing that hero.
Right.
When in fact, all you were trying to kill the hero for was to protect your own base.
Right. And one thing that I want to point out that I really liked was that because the RHIT hero also went offline and started giving over free levels to the CU hero, the CU hero also reached level 10 and had a massive health bar at the end of that match. And you saw RHIT trying to, again, take that hero offline, but realized they weren't chewing through the health fast enough. And then so they diverted their attention to the sentry, realizing it could not heal anymore to push the game advantage further.
So good. Excellent. I mean, it just utilized the full scope of the game. With chat's going crazy. Hey, Britt and Charlie. Happy birthday, Charlie, in the chat. Chat wants to know how tiebreakers work in groups. We'll talk about that in a second. We have some team members from HKU, from RMUC. Really excited for July.
Wow. That is Team Enterprise, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, thank you guys all so much for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Make sure you hit the follow button on RoboMaster NA. Bump us over that 700 mark. Tiebreakers. So I believe in the group stage, if you tie with another team, the first thing they'll look at is your head-to-head performance against that team.
Correct.
What happens if the head-to-head performance there is tied?
After the head-to-head performance is tied, I believe it goes to the common opponent in the group. So in this case, that would be Group A, if I'm not mistaken.
This is Group A, yes.
So that would be against UW?
So they will have played everyone. So I assume that it's going to look at who they had different results against.
I'm assuming so as well.
We'll see. Guys, we will get Shar on here right after lunch to clarify all of the questions. He is the mastermind of the bracket. But basically what this means for RHIT, their fate is not in their own hands. They haven't won enough in their bracket. They had the hardest group.
All right, so we can see the standings here. UW in first with 3 victories so far. CU in second with 2 victories. RHIT in third with 1 victory.
That's right. So this is before